recently, Kako was a #1 tourist site, followed by Elmina Castle and Cape Coast Castle. And I'm the MP for Commander Edina Eguafo Abrem. The castle is there, but the people of Elmina don't have any connection with the castle. How so? And what can the ministry do to get the people of Elmina involved?
Madam Chair, with your permission, please. What it is that we have not focused on developing the local community. And this time round, Ghana Tourism Authority, with the supervision of the ministry, is helping us put together a strategy to invest in the local community. It's very important that the youth in the community get involved in tourism activities. So, for example, if you help us increase our charges and all of that, we will be able to support youth entrepreneurial activities that relates to tourism. So let's say we train about 50 youth on entrepreneurial activities, how to have artifact shops, restaurants, rental companies, things that will support tourism in the community. And we'll do this because we also believe that when they are part of it, they tend to protect their heritage. So it's something that we're working on. We're praying that we get enough money to embark on this. But we will do it across the country, at Morley Park, Kakum, the castles, Volta region, and all other tourism attractions. Thank you.
All right,
Madam, you just said that if we should help you increase your levy, and you will also do the needful for us. But when you look at the Tourism Development Fund, levy collections was 41 million, and then your operating expenses 44 million. So we help you collect, and then you spend. There's no assurance that if we should help you increase your fees and charges, that will result in more development for virgin areas that needs to be developed. I have a very beautiful waterfall in my constituency. It's called the Tini Waterfalls in Adaswase. The assembly has done what it's supposed to do, but the assembly cannot take or bear all the costs. We believe that funds like these should be invested in places that will also help raise revenue for government. So yes, we will help you look at your fees and charges, but then you also have to commit that once we help increase it, it will be channeled into profits-making areas that will help, Ghana Tourism Board, and also help government to raise more revenue. So as for that one, we assure you. But then you also have to commit that when we help you raise more revenue, you also put it into areas that need to be developed. So let Tini Waterfalls in Adaswase in the Tiwa East constituency be on your radar as you enter 2025, and we help you raise more money through your fees and charges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Please, we want an assurance. It's not thanking the Madam Chair. So please speak to what Madam Chair has said. I want to hear some assurance from you.
And Madam Chair, respectfully, if I may give this information. There's this project that is just about to begin under the GETP project, which Ghana Economic Transformational Project. We were giving some funding to do a research about all the potential tourist attraction sites across the 261 MMDAs. Very soon, I think in a week or two, the procurement processes is ongoing. When that is done, the consultants will go onto the field to unearth all these potential tourist attraction sites. When that is done, then specifically, as you mentioned, we are doing all this considering the most potential ones, those that need to be developed, like the low-hanging fruit ones. Then quickly we'll start something in this 2026. So it's just to inform you that your former office project, GetP, is trying to undertake a project like this. And what that is done, I think we'll be clear in our mind as to the number of tourist attraction sites, heritage sites, tourism activities that we have in our country. As and when we even have investors, we will know where to go. By then, we already have the data and the information at hand. So it's just by way of giving you the information. Thank you.
Very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. But mine is not potential, it's already established. So you can't put Tini waterfalls in Adaswase under the potential ones. These are established ones that the Assembly has done its bit. And we are asking that as we help increase the levies under the fees and charges, it will translate into more revenues, and then you can take some from the Tourism Development Fund to also assist us to increase the revenue. It's already there, it's established, it's not potential. But thank you.
Madam
And
Chair.
I also want to thank you for admitting that, yes, in government there's continuity, such that when one government does something and then you come, you also continue with it to make it fit for purpose. And so I'm very happy that you say you are continuing with that gateway project that we began. And that's very good. And that is the attitude I believe we should all have, that there's continuity in government. So then when you come, you continue and you also deliver. Thank you very much.
Thank you too, Madam Chair, rightfully so. We will look at it and see what we can do for this year, 2026, for the year 2026.
All right. Let's move to the Tourism Development Fund. And Honorable Kinney will handle that with the Tourism Development Fund. Okay, go ahead, Nasser.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Minister, please, I would like to find out from the CEO or the CFO the factors that contributed to the 21% deterioration in the deficit from, I think it's from 3.026 million in 2022 to 3.685 in 2023.
Madam Chair, respectfully, once again, with your leave, if I may yield this question to the fund administrator to respond.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, we had post-COVID effects, and this affected.
Respectfully, I'm not the one sitting in the chair today like I explained, so address it to Mr. Chair. Otherwise, he says, once you say Madam Chair, he will not respond. So,
Honorably, we stand to be corrected.
I think so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, the impact of the COVID affected largely our levies, our inflows. The impact of the COVID affected largely our inflows. That was how come there was a deteriorating effect in the previous year. But we had post-COVID recoveries. So we were able to shoot it up to 41 million.
Did you blame COVID for something that happened in 2022?
So, yes.
Sir, when did COVID come to Ghana?
2020, effectively, 2020.
2020?
Yes, please.
But this is your financials. This is for 2022.
Yes, so
what has
the
COVID got to do
aftermath,
with it?
We were gradually recovering. We went down and we were gradually recovering. So.
And 2023 too, you blame it on COVID?
Yes.
No.
But then we had recoveries. In
That tourism fund,
yes.
when has it ever been, the bottom line been positive? The tourism fund.
We had positive performances.
When?
In 2020, 2021, we had positive.
2020, in the middle of COVID, Your bottom line was positive.
Virtually all activities were down, so we were not spending. But
Even in 2018, were you positive?
Let me explain something. We had, the then government had some aggressive drive, aggressive marketing drive, revamping of all tourism sites in Ghana. So the expenditure outlay, it affected the expenditure outlay largely. So that was how come there are positives and there are negatives.
But so you mean the previous government had an aggressive marketing
Drive.
to promote tourism,
To promote tourism. So we had
which was positive for your agency? I mean,
2019,
has it yielded?
2019 we had.
Has it yielded some results? No, Minister.
Honorable Bike, what
Minister,
he meant
Minister,
by what he was saying is that the previous government, of course, outlined some projects for the tourism sector,
Yeah.
which they were using the fund to finance it.
Yes.
So the initial outlay
Yeah.
went into those projects.
Yeah.
And of course, even this current government continues with some of that activities, including new ones. So
That's
as Madam Chair said, it's a continued.
That's
yes,
brilliant.
you started something, it's known.
Minister,
and it's known
that's
everywhere.
brilliant.
And we are continuing with it and adding additional ones.
I want to talk to the fund administrator.
He's the one, but I am the sector minister here, so
Very well,
respectfully,
very
thank
well.
you.
Thank you.
Nice, please continue.
Administrator, in line with this deterioration, what are the strategies you are putting in place to improve this deficit? What are the strategies you are putting in place from further deterioration?
Honorable Chairman, in fact, we are beginning to see some of the positive outcomes from the investments laid by the previous administration, and some are falling in even this year. So we are positive that this year we will record a positive performance. And we also want to, like my CEO said, we also want to look at the informal sector. The informal sector, the chop bars, those who are in the downgrade, to rope them to pay tourism levy. And with that, we will see positive performances.
Fund administrator, I've seen that you have your current liabilities. There's an increment in your current liabilities of 9.2.
Yes. 9.2%.
May I know your repayment terms on that loan?
So we had a long-term loan. And in 2023, we were meant to finish paying. So by the end, getting towards the end of the year, we added the current portion to the long-term portion, because we envisaged that by early 2024, we would have finished paying, and we did so. So that was what our auditors had added to the trade payables. If you look at it, the trade payables came down, but because we added a long-term portion of the loan and the current term portion together and added it to the trade payable, it looks as if it increased, but practically it rather came down. And we had cleared the loan from the books. We had finished paying. Yes, please.
Sir, how long have you been there as a fund administrator?
Currently, I'm in an acting position.
And you've been with the fund all this
I
time?
was in the accounts department in the previous administration.
In the previous administration?
Yes.
Because I would like, to find out your operating and administrative expenses. Because it looks like once we get the levy, we spend more than what we got. And I would love to see how much of these expenses actually went to promoting tourism. I would love to know that. Dr. Jasso, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Chair, the amounts of money involved are quite huge. I've observed that their total expenditure increased by about 58%, largely to operating and administrative expenses. Okay, you educate us. Where do you get funding for this fund from?
Okay, according to the Act, it is the 1% levy payable by tourism establishments.
And that 1% fully comes to that fund?
Yes.
What are typically the activities you are mandated to execute?
So, per the Act has spelled out 5 thematic areas: support to industry, marketing of tourism domestically and externally, capacity building and training for the industry, and infrastructure. Upgrade on tourism infrastructure.
Chair, it appears I'm being hounded here. I'm surprised. You have an organization whose total expenditure has increased about 58%. And it's saying, the auditors are saying that this is attributed to operating and administrative expenses. Now, I want to find out what is so special in the specific year in question that allowed your expenditure to increase this much. Could you tell us why? It appears 58% is on the high side.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Like I said earlier, there has been a positive drive to complete a lot of iconic tourism projects in the previous years. Upgrade to slave camp, upgrade to Salaga slave camp, Tano Boasi Sacred Grove, Nationalism Park. We had put up a lot of other infrastructure to aid tourism and to drive inflow. So all the costs of those projects summed together was charged to the profit or loss or the inflow-outflow account. So with the coming in of the new auditors, they have advised, because of the negative performance, they have advised that we pull out all the charged costs, which have not yet been expensed, to commitment. We disclose it by way of note to commitment so that the performance will not give a misleading and a negative picture.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just add, we've realized that some of the projects are multi-year projects, so you don't charge the whole amount for that particular year. If you do so, you will see that your expenditure will tend to be a very huge one. Once it's a multi-year project, you charge what is due for only that year in the account of that particular year so that you can send the other ones to the subsequent years. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Minister, thank you for coming to the committee. What I'm curious to find out is Ghana Tourism, Ghana Tourism Authority licenses all the hotels, right? I'm curious to find out those hotels that they've licensed, how many of them pay the 1% to the tourism fund? I think that would be an interesting one. And then let tourism fund give you a spreadsheet on who is paying the 1%. And that will be interesting to know. Honorable Minister, before I discharge you, I know you, Ghana Tourist Development Companies under you. Honorable Minister, things that went on in the past do not smell good at Ghana Tourist Development Company. And I will urge you to look into it. I will urge you to look into it. Thank you very much. Minister, you are discharged.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Now, the next group we'll call is GNPC. And those for Ministry of Energy are ECG, BOST, VALCO, Buidam, all those from the energy group. If we can swear all of you in at the same time. And then once we are done, GNPC will come, and then we'll start with GNPC.
I swear by the Almighty God that the evidence I shall give before this committee touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Okay, so now GNPC will stay, and then we'll go from there. Honorable Minister, could you introduce yourself and your delegation, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I am Richard John Mensah, the Member of Parliament for Gumwa West Constituency and the Deputy Minister for Energy and Green Transition. I'm here with some agencies under my ministry, and I would want them to do their own introduction.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my name is Solomon Najeti, Acting Chief Director of the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition. Thank you.
Honorable Chairman, my name is Hamis Yusuf, Acting Deputy CEO in charge of Finance, Commercial and Admin. Thanks.
Honorable Chair, my name is Albert Akuwa, Director of Finance, GMPC.
Honorable Chair, my name is Ebenezer Besiamo, Manager, Accounting and Reporting.
Honorable Chair, my name is Kingsley Asante, Manager in charge of Corporate Facilities. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, my name is Simon Esofi, the Director for Engineering, GNPC.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Albert Landanywa, Director Projects, GMPC.
Where is the CEO?
Honorable Chair, the CEO of GMPC is currently out of the country for an official assignment.
Okay.
So his deputy.
His deputy is
Yes.
here. Okay. All right. We'll start on paragraph 293. And Honorable Abena Oseasari will start with that one.
Thank you very much. I just want us to go through your financial performance and financial position for the year 2023. And there are certain items stated here that I would want further and better clarifications. It has to do with remeasurement gains of defined benefits obligation. Can you share with me what exactly is that?
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, Honorable Chair, with your leave, I would want to yield to the Director of Finance to respond to it. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, this is in respect of post-retirement benefits, and we use the standard to do it.
And that is what is called remeasurement gains of defined benefits obligations.
Honorable Chair, yes. So in using the standard, once you do the model, you give...
You have to.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And we saw a dip because in 2022, it was $921,000, and it dropped to $505,000. What happened in 2022 that was different from what happened in 2023?
Honorable Chair, we changed the basket of the model. So we included outstanding leave, we included retirement, medical benefits for retirees. So the model changed, and that's why we got a different value.
So the change resulted in a drop?
Yes, please.
Okay. And then I'm going through your costs of sales. Can you give us the components in your cost of sales? Because it's almost taking all the revenues that came in for 2023.
Honorable Chair, the cost of sales is made up of gas production cost, oil production cost, oil amortization cost, gas transmission cost, and then insurance. business interruption insurance.
So you produce oil.
Honorable Chair, yes, please. The mandate of GMPC is to explore, produce, and dispose of oil and gas. Thank you.
So share with us. Usually when I say that, I want you to, yes, expatiate on that because I know you do that. So you produce oil and then you take the opportunity to share with Ghanaians what exactly you do. That is why we give you that opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. So GMPC is Ghana's commercial vehicle in the exploration and production of oil in the country. So GMPC is a partner to all the partners that come in to operate in all the fields that we have in the country. And as you may know, currently we have 3 producing fields in Ghana. We have the Jubilee field, we have the 10 field, and we have Sankofa field. Of these 3, Jubilee and 10 are mostly oil with some associated gas. And then Sankofa is essentially a gas field, and it is largely from Sankofa that we get the gas for our power producers. In fact, Jubilee associated and 10 associated gas also contribute to this power generation. And then GMPC in Sankofa, GMPC together with the government, that's a royalty, we control up to 24% of this field. In Jubilee and 10, it ranges between 15% to 19%. So this is the contribution that GMPC brings to the oil production, to the gas production, and then also to the revenue. Oil revenues make significant contribution to government revenue in the country, and this is largely through the contribution of GMPC in the sector. Thank you.
So you see, this document is a public document, such that when someone sees cost of sales being your production, your gas products, and gas transmission, and then you give this explanation, they will understand why it is what it is. That's why when you come here, we also give you the opportunity to tell Ghanaians so that it's not just about the cost that we are looking at, but what goes into the cost to bring out some revenues that government can also use for its activities. So thank you for that explanation. So you said for Jubilee and Tain, in terms of government's ownership is between 14 to 19%. Government and GMPC, sorry.
Yes, between 15.6% to about 19%. And I can get the exact figures for you.
I think it's just giving us this idea is fine. And I think the last issue I had, I saw, well, some dip in your non-current assets. Did you dispose of some non-current assets?
Honorable Chair, this is not disposal, so we have the what we call the low value, which is normally 1 year depreciated. So we had a lot in the year, so it went off. Thank you.
And then finally, I see that your non-current liabilities decreased by 70%, but your current liabilities increased by 132%. And the explanation for the fall in your non-current liabilities was because you made some payments of a medium-term loan. I want to find out if the increase in the current liabilities was as a result of the monies that you use. You took a loan to pay for, maybe a short-term loan to pay for the medium-term loan. Oh, I see.
So, Honorable Chair, this is gas payables, ENI and Vitol, that increased. So if you look at the current liabilities, you see that they've gone up. These are mainly operational, not for loans.
Mainly, no, the auditor said the repayment you attributed to a medium-term loan.
Yes, so the loan is deemed, the liabilities are deemed as loan, not loan that we acquired from a bank.
Oh, okay.
Because
Okay.
of the arrangement of the Victoria ENI.
Oh, okay. Those arrangements, and that's what you term as midterm loans. But you see, for the average person knows that a midterm loan is a loan, not an arrangement amongst yourselves based on the liabilities that you have between yourselves. But we saw a decline in your current ratio from 1.6 to 1 in 2022 to 0.8 is to 1. What are you doing to make sure you are able to cover your short-term liabilities as you move forward? Because you have to be able to do that.
Honorable Chair, so there's a new drive to collect a lot of receivables that we have out there. So we have a task force who go out there to bring in more money from our debtors. So when we get that, we will be able to turn around the cash flow.
How much are you looking at?
So we've started going to Gensa, Ex-Floco, our subsidiary, Prestia Sankofa. So Prestia just sent a letter to pay 1 million just yesterday. Gensa paid some monies last week, so we are collecting the debt.
Yeah, but the auditors are also saying that you have reduced your investment in your subsidiaries. Why? Because they are the same people you are running to for monies that they owe you.
Honorable Chair, the investment that we have in the subsidiaries, and we have three main subsidiaries. So we have Ex-Floco, which is the technical E&P subsidiary, the exploration and production subsidiary. They are the ones focusing on the operations that GNPC is currently doing on the Voltairean Basin. That's the onshore basin that we have in the country. We haven't reduced the stake that we have. It's still 100% GNPC ownership. The other subsidiary we have is a Prestia Sankofa Gold Limited, and that has always been 90% GNPC ownership, and it remains the same. The other subsidiary is Mole Motel, where GNPC owns 55% stake in that, together with the Forestry Commission, the Wildlife Division of the Forestry Commission. That also remains the same. We also are actually 100% owners in terms of equity of Ghana National Gas Company. That also remains the same. So, and then we have the GNPC Foundation, which is our charity or charitable arm, and that remains also 100% owned by GNPC. Thank you.
I think I'm satisfied with all the explanations I have received from them. I hope you live up to expectations, collect the receivables, and improve on your current ratio. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. Now let's look at the management issues. We'll start from paragraph 303, and Alhaji Bawa will take care of that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That paragraph relates to the corporation's reserves and resource statement report for the year ended December 2023. That was prepared by the internal specialists using the reservoir simulation models developed in-house. So the auditors are recommending that management should put the process in place to ensure that the reserves and resource statement report is independently validated and externally verified to ensure and enhance credibility and improve stakeholder trust in the reports. So can you walk us through what you've done with the recommendation of the auditors?
Honorable Chair, the The Deputy Chief Executive will respond to it. I think they have actually taken some steps, and I will yield to him to speak to it.
Honorable Chair, thank you very much. We took note of the recommendations of the auditors and acknowledged and accepted them, and have already taken some steps to ensure that the reserves are certified independently. As the auditor acknowledged, and we have informed them, much of the work is being done in-house by GMPC experts, and we have some of them here. If there are any more questions, we can get them to throw more light on that. But the work is being done in-house. What is required is to achieve this third-party certification, which is an industry requirement for issues such as financing. If you're going to raise financing based on your reserves, you need this third-party verification. So basically, that's what we are currently going through the process to do, and the plan is to get this done by actually the middle of next year. Thank you.
Because the auditors pointed out in paragraph 306 that the current system where you are doing the validation in-house poses a risk of inaccurate reserve estimates, and this could result in suboptimal field development and production and negative comparison to industry peers. So I would like to find out what is the difficulty in getting an external validator to validate so that we'll have an independent view of your resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Director of Engineering will respond to that.
Honorable Chair, we have actually commenced the process of engaging the third party for the certification process. We sent out expression of interest, which we've received responses, and we are working through the selection process to select the third party. But we are done with our internal preparation of our reserves, so it's left with the third party certification.
So how soon can we expect?
By June next year, we should have our reserves certified externally.
But sir, does it take that long?
Yes, because we are party to all the petroleum agreements. We have to look at Jubilee, we have to look at the General, we have to look at Ntomme, we have to look at Sankofa, both oil and gas. So it's
But didn't we know that we had to have a third party certification? Because this is an international business. You are telling us you have 2 eggs in the basket. And if nobody else can verify you have 2 eggs in the basket, do you have 2 eggs?
Yes. Honorable Chair, so it's a process. We first have to evaluate the reserves to know how much oil and gas we have. And for all these fields, it takes some time. We are done with that. We are engaging the third party. It is the third party that will spend about 6 months in looking at what we have prepared to give.
How long did it take you to find out our reserves?
It's a continuous process. We've been doing it over the years. But we need to update with information as we continue to learn more about the field and produce from the field. So it's updated. Yeah.
Honorable Chair, just to add to it, the ministry also has so much interest in the third-party validation, and we're going to ensure that it is done within time. Thank you.
Yes, but just to, Mr. Chairman, to say that at least this is a resource that belongs to the whole country, and everybody needs to know there should be transparency. I believe that's why the auditors are asking for an external validator to ensure that at least we all know what is in there. So you are taking too long a time to me, because this audit was in 2023, right? It was in 2023. So if you are still, up to now, still you haven't done it, I'll beg you, Mr. CEO and your team, in line of President Mahama's reset agenda, you cannot fail the people and say you are now waiting up to next year. So you should at least quicken the pace. We don't want this infraction to appear in the next report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's well noted.
All right, the next one is infraction is on paragraph 312, and Honorable OPK will take care of that one.
Thank you very much. GMPC, in line with the President's reset agenda, can you confirm if you have gotten the certificate for the Citygate property? Now everything is reset. So,
Honorable Chair, thank you very much. The process is ongoing. We have contacted the Lands Commission. We have made the payments that we are supposed to make for the certificates to be issued to GMPC. We are going through the process, following up on virtually a regular basis to make sure that we get the certificate issued to GMPC as quickly as possible. And we take note of your comment, and we will double up to ensure that we get it as quickly as possible.
Chief, this is a 2024 report, by the Auditor General. And I don't know how long it takes for land documentations to be made. Please, just get a dedicated team to ensure that we have this certificate so it does not reflect in the audit report for next year. I don't think this should take, once you have done all payments, and it's government agency to government agency, this thing should be sorted out. So please kindly take steps so that it does not reflect in the books the next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Well noted, Honorable Chair.
Minister, this is a worry. GNPC bought this land in Tema for $6.3 million US dollars. That was in 2020. And we are in 2025, and the process is ongoing to get a title to that land. Maybe you guys haven't bought land before. You bought it in 2020. 5 years on, you are still in the process. What do we need to do to quicken your pace, apart from putting fire on your rear end, to get this thing done?
Honorable Chair, I can assure you that the ministry has taken notice of this, and I think in July, the ministry had actually had a meeting with GMPC to pursue this. So we are going to ensure that within the shortest possible time, we have this title. And with land title registration, it takes quite a process. And we just took over within this period. We've put in a lot of effort, and we are very hopeful that before we appear before this committee, we should have, if we are not fully completed, we should almost get into close to completion. So we give you the we give you the strongest assurance that this will be done, because $6.3 million, as you indicated, it's something that is huge. Even when it is given to KEA, it can be used for something significant. So we will not let it go down the drain. Thank you.
Because, Minister, the vibe I'm getting is you guys just want to procrastinate till the end of the world. When it comes to recertification, getting an independent person is in the process. Registering the land is in the process. I think when it comes to your budget too, it will be in the process. The next one is on paragraph 317, and Nasay AJ will take care of that one.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, if your kind permission, I would like to read Article 1815 of our 1992 Constitution. This article shall, with the necessary modifications by Parliament, apply to an international business or economic transaction to which the government is a party as it applies to a loan. CEO, was there any parliamentary approval to this loan?
Honorable Chair, I think the Director of Finance should respond to this, but because he should have access to the records, even though it may not be under his admin, but he has access to the records, so he should be able to speak to it. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, yes, the loan was approved. The loan was approved by Parliament.
Parliamentary approval?
Yes, please. As part of our work program.
Is it approved?
2023. So if you look at the 2023 work program, this was part of it.
CFO, if it had parliamentary approval, why are the auditors saying that there is no formal written agreement between the corporation and the Ministry of Finance? And if I may remind you, Section 33 of the PFM Act of the PFM Act mandates the Minister of Finance to give an approval before such loans are approved.
Honorable Chair, I think with the process, this is an on-lending agreement. So it doesn't actually follow the process that you are, but they captured it in their work program. Every year, just within this year, in their work program, they have it in there and was captured. But the Director of Finance should be able to respond to this. But at least to me, I can say that the on-lending agreement need not go to those processes.
Minister, I mean the on-lending agreement, that will stipulate conditions, terms. It should be stipulated, on-lending agreement. That's what I'm talking about, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. First of all, the loan was sent to the Ministry of Finance for approval, which we got. And then for the on-lending, we have given a draft to the Ministry of Finance for us to get it signed. We are yet to get a response from there. On the 11th of August this year, a reminder was also sent. We have evidence here to confirm that. Thank you very much.
So I think the gentleman who answered earlier said the on-lending was approved. Or what did you say?
You talked about the work program that bit
program.
about was approved by Parliament.
But what about the on-lending? That's what you are waiting on.
And that is what normally is, I think it is drafted from the Ministry of Finance, and then they share.
Usually, when there's a loan and it comes with an on-lending agreement, it is brought to Parliament. Okay. We have seen a couple of these loans where it comes with the on-lending agreement, so that if it's to Bank A, Bank B, or to this, and then we take all of them together, and once Parliament gives approval, that's it. Unless this one is a different one, where, and so that if you have taken the loan, and you are telling us that it is now that it's been sent to Ministry of Finance, for a draft has been sent to Ministry of Finance, for Ministry of Finance to look at it, on what basis are you paying back the loan? Then you don't know the terms, you don't know the conditions, you don't know anything, or you have a grace period, so that you are still in the grace period. Deputy CEO, do you have a grace period for this on-lending agreements, such that you are still in the grace period, and that is why you haven't bothered to go and get the on-lending agreement? Because if you are in the grace period, you are not supposed to pay anything. But even if you are not supposed to pay anything, you need to build buffers so that when the time comes, you will be able to pay. But if you don't know the terms, you don't know the conditions, how then do you repay the loan?
Honorable Chair, thank you very much. In fact, as we said earlier on, the principal loan agreement was, yes, and that was approved by Parliament. Now, this is what we're talking about now, and what the auditors picked up was an on-lending agreement between GMPC and Ministry of Finance. And that is what, between us and the ministry, we've been trying to get this draft finalized and executed, which has not been done yet. But the principal agreement was approved, and the terms are there. GMPC has been repaying without any problem.
Don't we normally bring the on-lending agreement with a loan, with the approval for the loan? Don't they work together? Chief Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. They work together, but sometimes also when you are sending the memo to Parliament, there's a paragraph in the memo that this loan is going to be online to an agency, in this case to GMPC. So they might not have sent the on-lending agreement directly, but because it was captured in the memo, after it's been approved, then it will be done by the two parties. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
But if it was sent with a memo, do we have a copy of it? Do we have any evidence of it?
I will check with the
If that was made available, if you have a copy and it was made available to the auditors wouldn't have cited this infraction. So it means it is not there. Can we please take steps to make sure we fix this thing as soon as possible? GMPC has assured us that they are paying based, I don't know if it's based on the terms of the main loan agreement, but then we also need to do the needful, follow due process, and ratify this by getting the on-lending agreement as part of the infraction that you have been cited for. Hopefully, next year, we wouldn't want to see the same infraction here because you said you've taken steps. The Ministry of Finance has a draft, and you are waiting for the ministry to respond to you. It shouldn't take more than a year. And so hopefully, all things being equal, next year, this infraction of Litasco SA loan on-lending agreement, not with GMPC. GMPC should have it and make sure it's kept for the auditors to verify and take this off. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I see that there's a lot of procrastination going on at GNPC. That's my opinion, and I'll stand by it. Okay, GNPC, you are done. The next one is Volta River Authority, Health Services Limited.
Honorable Chair, respectfully, would want you to take GridCo. They have an assignment, the Chief Executive. So if GridCo, there's an issue the Chief Executive has to attend to immediately, so we would respectfully ask that if we can take GridCo.
Okay, once we finish with VRA, they have two infractions, and then we'll come to GridCo.
VRA is not here.
No, they are here. They're health sector. I see them. They are here.
Health.
Yeah. VRA Health Services. Yeah.
I didn't even know they were here. Okay. All the best. Thanks.
Please introduce yourself to the committee.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Kwabena Maria Boa, the Medical Director.
Good morning. My name is Yakubu Abdurazak, Finance Manager. My name is Susanna Rafa Van Broek, Head Nursing and Midwifery Services.
Eric Kofi Bobby, Head Pharmacy Services.
Divine Kwame Ameho, Manager, Policy and Business Development.
Okay, we are going to discuss your financial performance, and Honorable Frank Yeboah will handle that, please.
Thank you, Chairman. VRA Health Service, we are just starting with your financial performance. In 2022, you made a loss of 40 million. And it reduced to 35 million in 2023. You still made a loss, but it's better than the previous year. You had a total income of 66 million. However, the total expenditure is 101 million. The paragraph is 676. Now, I'm seeing direct costs to be 16 million, moved from 6 million to 16 million. And before I proceed, I just wanted to go to your financial position. I'm interested in the current ratio. You know, it's 0.2 to 1 in the previous year, and then 0.2, then it remained the same. So you indicated, or the auditors indicated, that the direct cost, the component of direct cost, is the drugs and consumables. And if you're having this current ratio, then technically, whoever is supplying with medication and other things will be careful not to supply, or the person will supply at an increased rate. Don't you think that your inability to meet your short-term financial obligations is contributing to the increase in your direct cost? Do you agree with me?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. I will defer to the finance manager, but before I do that, just a brief background to, I think, the losses. I think it is important to understand where the VRA Health Services came from. The VRA Health Services, as a subsidiary of VRA, was originally made not to be a company on its own. It was a department. And somewhere in 2014, when the authority decided to restructure to focus on its core business, it decided to carve out the health services as a subsidiary with the hope that it can help generate revenues, if anything at all, to cover its costs. So the company even started from a loss position. And I think it is important to make it clear, because all the staff who were in the company, already in the company, were transferred into this young company. And so you could see that right from the start, that is where we started from. And over the period, what we are trying to do is try and increase our services, improve upon the revenue, and manage our cost with the hope that these losses that we started with would come down with time. And so if you look at even this account, revenues shot up by 72%, whilst the cost increased just about 24%. What we have done is to push our cost into areas where we can generate revenue. So I just want to give this background, brief background, before the finance manager comes. So currently, the salaries of the staff are not paid by the VHSL, the VRA Health Services themselves. It is borne by the shareholder, because this company is still young and gradually growing. So I think I'll end here and then let the finance manager deal with the issues of the current ratio. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Not just the current ratio. You are just trying to link it to the increase in direct cost, which includes the medication you buy and other consumables.
Yes, Honorable Chair, when it comes to medications, you know, for us in the health sector, these are our inputs. We buy medications and then we sell those medications. You do a markup and you sell these medications. So the more medications you buy, that will translate into revenues for you because you put a markup. And so all those things contributed to the revenue that we generated from what we generated.
I understand that perfectly. That is why we are trying to find a very good way that will help us to reduce the cost. And that's I want to know if the current ratio we have now has direct impact on your direct costs. That's what I want to know from the Finance Director.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. So in dealing with our current ratio, we identified that it's currently low, but what we sort of doing is to improve upon our collections from our receivables, and that of dealing with our payables and our inventory position, because once we are piling up inventory and we are not turning them around, to worsen the current ratio, then we also ensure that, but there's a component of our payables that leads to our parent, which we don't have control over in terms of the salary cost. But for receivables, we improve upon our collections to deal with the current ratio. And then in terms of procurement of medications, we ensure that we're also procuring from cheaper sources that will bring down the cost associated with procurement.
So in practical terms,
did you say the parent company takes up the staff cost?
Yes, the permanent staff cost.
The permanent staff cost?
Yes.
So the staff cost we see here is for which category of staff?
Yes, that is a portion relates to the permanent staff and then temporary staff. Currently, the hospital pays the temporary staff, and the parent does payment for the permanent staff.
That is where the problem is coming from, because if you make a revenue of 65.9 million Ghana cedis, and then your staff cost is 77.9 million Ghana cedis, that is where the problem is coming from.
Yes, and like the medical director explained.
So that if your parent company decides to take a portion of the permanent staff, maybe you should also hire or recruit staff that your revenue can equally manage, not staff that you are forced to pay over and above your revenue. Because if you spend you raise a revenue of 65 and then you spend 77.9 million to pay your staff, you will continue to see such losses on your books.
Yes, Honorable Chair, I think exactly so. The permanent staff that we have already have a certain conditions of service with the parent company, and that one cannot be varied. So what we are doing now is how to engage staff on the VHSL so that we'll develop a different conditions of service. Now, it's come with labor issues, equal work, equal pay, and all that. So the shareholder is actually looking at options. One of the options is to give the permanent staff as on secondment to this young company and lock them in so that there won't be anybody being employed onto the old salary scale. And then over time, attrition and people retiring, this one, the permanent staff will go down. So, in fact, we actually have started something, and that is why we see a bit of improvement in the loss position.
You see, the reason why I'm also interested in the direct costs of a hospital is the fact that I have some knowledge in the pharmacy business, where you get your pharmaceuticals from. If I supply you medication today and I give you, say, 2 months to do the payment, and you don't pay, obviously when I supply you again, the price will go up. It's a common thing. Everybody knows it. And looking at your current ratio, Finance Director, you know, why we find it difficult to meet your short-term liabilities. And obviously it will affect the direct cost. So let's work very hard to get a better current ratio so that our suppliers will just be merciful with us and give us very good payment terms. That will not cause our direct costs to go up. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm done.
Honorable Minister, this has been going on for years. And when are we going to correct this thing? Because just like Madam Chair said, you collect 65 million and then you pay your workers, just workers alone, 77.9 million. So when are we going to change the mathematics in this thing?
Honorable Chair, I'm reliably informed that the board is making some considerations at the health facility. Beside that, Honorable Chair, even though the health facility, this is highly subsidized their services because their target market is the staff of the VRA. So the board is considering all this such that even if their bills and their fees and everything should be revised, I believe that when that is done, it will reflect in the next year's report, and this will be corrected.
Honorable Minister, I hope so, because this is my third term being on Public Accounts Committee, and every year is the same song and dance. It's gone on all these years, and they come and tell us the board is going to do something about it. I don't know if they are walking to the board meeting or what, but 3 terms on this committee and I hear the same story. I hope this time we'll reset the board and we'll make sure that the hospital is reset also.
Honorable Minister, you know, just like government does to Christian Health Association of the CHAG hospitals, government takes the staff costs and then they run the others. So it is something the board can decide to agree on this and take off the staff cost from their books, and then they can handle the others. In this way, if you do that and they don't make profit, then you know that it is not about the staff. But I think they should look into that, just like government does. Government takes out the staff cost on all Christian Health hospitals, and the revenues that they raise, they allow them to use it to run the hospitals. I think it should be seen in that light, and maybe we will put it in our reports that the board should consider moving in that direction so that the staff costs can be picked off their books, and let's see. But I know that with this, we can see some progress in terms of their profit or loss position. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We have well noted it.
Okay, the next infraction is on paragraph 685, and Honorable Electrum will take care of that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you have refused to retrieve an amount of 24,607,391 from corporate clients, depriving the hospital from buying medicines, medical equipment, consumables, etc. Can you tell us why you refuse to retrieve these monies?
Yes, Honorable Chair, refuse to retrieve this money is quite a strong word. But I will defer to the finance manager. We've done some work on that. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. So I think we acknowledge that at the end of 2023, there was an outstanding amount to the 24,607,390.86. But over the years, we have done some recoveries. As of today, out of the 24 million, we were able to recover about 12.5 million, leaving us with an outstanding of 12.1. But during 2024, a review was done to the receivables, and some of them, because of our history, you know, some of the receivables arose as a result of the hospital hitherto run as a department. That is, when it was being a department, there was some receivables that came about, which amounted to about 9.9. Then we also have some recoveries by way of tax credit certificates and that of rejections. And a board resolution was passed in 2024 for us to do an adjustment, a provision for the portion that was considered not to have been collectible because we couldn't have details to support those figures because the receivables came about before 2019 and the company came into existence in February 2019, then fully operational in 2014. So currently, if we look at our trajectory, an adjustment of 10.533 was done. Then as of today, we have a 1.5 million that is yet to be collected. And we are assuring the committee that we will put in efforts to ensure that we go down to the reconciliation that we had started in February 2025 to be able to recover. But it yielded some results, but we haven't fully recovered the amount involved. And we are giving ourselves up to the first quarter of next year to be able to drill down and retrieve the 1.5 million. Thank you very much.
Okay, so the auditors, can you kindly confirm what he just said, the figures he's put up that they have retrieved? Can you kindly confirm? Thank you.
Honorable Chair, we are unable to confirm that because we are yet to receive the documents to support that.
Honorable Chair.
Do you have?
Okay, so before, just to add to it, I want, with the outstanding debt, we are informed that most of it actually is a historical debt before even the company was registered. From each departmental road, the road over up to now. So the truth is that they are pursuing some of them that are current and are collectible. Those that are uncollectible, per their explanation, the board would have to consider and come up with a policy, come out with a strategy either to write it off. So I would actually request that they provide the list of the bills which are collectible and those which are not collectible, if they are able to separate the two so that we are clear on which ones we can, because from the report they gave, some are truly, it's not possible they can collect it. But it takes the board to actually come up with them to write it off. We cannot write it off. So if they will be able to report to us on that, we'll also be able to table it to the committee. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, the gentleman said they have collected over 12 million. Isn't that what you said?
Honorable Chair, yes.
What evidence do you have that you've collected over 12 million?
Okay. Yes, sir.
So, Honorable Chair. Okay. So, Honorable Chair, the bank statements of what we had collected are all here. Last year, as he said, the bad debt was taken to the board, and the board...
Sir, with all due respect, I want to finish with him because he said he's collected over 12 million. Where is the evidence? And why didn't you give the evidence to the auditors? Was it this committee that told you that you owe 24 million?
Yes, I think, Honorable Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity again. I think we will make the evidence regarding the collections available to the auditors. We would seek your leave so that I will make the presentation to the auditors subsequently.
All right. VRA, you are discharged. Now let's go to
you very much.
GRIDCO. Please introduce yourself to the committee.
Honorable Chairman, my name is Engineer Mark Ban. I'm the Acting Chief Executive.
Honorable Chair, my name is Richard Intim, Director, Internal Audit.
Honorable Chair, my name is Samuel Nkansa. I'm the Acting Deputy Chief Executive.
Honorable Chair, I'm Samuel Kwakwa, Acting Director, Corporate Strategy.
Let's look at your management issues, and it will be on paragraph 406, and Honorable Jasso would take care of that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think this infraction is actually on management issues bordering on sustainability reporting. The auditors have made some establishments and expect you to be able to take some steps. Can you apprise us of what you have done regarding sustainability reporting that the auditors raised?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Indeed, what was picked, that is what had pertained. However, going forward, we have ensured that we correct this. Indeed, finally, we have a sustainability policy currently in GRIDCO, and which was put into operation on May 9th this year. So currently we have an ESG policy, and going forward we'll be including reporting on sustainability in our report. So for the first time in 2025, we'll be doing that.
So, Honorable Chair, I'm very interested in what are the elements of this sustainability unit. What do you regard as sustainability issues, and how are you operationalizing them? Particularly on this new policy that you launched on May 9th.
Okay, thank you. So I'll let the director in charge respond to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So our sustainability policy has three main pillars. We are looking at environmental stewardship, we are looking at social responsibility, and then deepening governance and accountability. And so for us as a great company, in areas where we clear our right-of-way, we are looking at land reclamation. We are looking at making sure that there is joint use of our right-of-way for other economically sustainable practices, and also providing reasonable reporting on sustainability and compliance to our board for enhanced decision-making. So these are the main objectives of our sustainability policy, among others.
So do you have anything like planting trees in alternative lands from where your grid lines pass? Do you have some specific that we can relate to?
Yes, Honorable Chair, we do. We have collaborated with the Forestry Commission to determine certain species of trees that don't have very high clearance that possibly can cause inductions on our right-of-way. So we'll be planting these trees to dot our right-of-way so that we will still be greening our right-of-way instead of making them bare.
Have you embarked on any so far this year, and where? What number of seedlings are we talking about?
Honorable Chair, we'll provide those details to the committee later. We have a land management department that is tasked to ensure that this is carried out, and this has been started in some of our operational areas, especially those in the forested areas, so we can get those reports to the committee.
Honorable Chair, So, Honorable Chair, I will defer to you, but I will be very interested in what they are able to provide to the committee. I've never heard that they've done anything like this, so I'll be interested in knowing going further what they have done, because I see that their work really clears a lot of vegetation. And so if they have a measure in place, a sustainability measure in place, that's positive. But we want it operationalized on the ground.
How soon are we going to get a report?
So, thank you, Honorable Chairman. So we just started in May this year, and so we are in November. We should be able to submit a report on new ways we are managing. In fact, it is good for us. By end of November, we'll begin. By end of November.
Sir, today is the 28th of October.
Yes.
Why the end of November?
So I'm just appealing that within 1 month, we'll give the report to the committee.
Okay, 30 days.
Yes,
All right.
Honorable Chairman.
Starting from today.
I understand that.
All right, Honorable Abnasar will take care of the financials.
Thank you very much. You know, everybody has heard a lot about GRIDCO. To the average Ghanaian, what is GRIDCO and what does GRIDCO do?
In one word, transmission. So, GRIDCO, we are in the middle. We don't own the power. We facilitate the transactions between the generators and the bulk customers. So when we talk of a bulk customer, ECG, for instance, is a bulk customer. So it's Netco or Anglo Gold or some big industries. So we facilitate the agreements between these two sectors in the economy. The energy assumption does not belong to GRIDCO. We are not allowed to participate in the market, but we ensure the movement of bulk power from the wholesale suppliers to bulk customers.
You mentioned the ECG and all the others. Who do you take the power from?
So on the other side, what we call the wholesale suppliers are generators, power generators. So in Ghana, we have good old VRA, and then we have also independent power producers like Asogli, Car Powership, AXA, Send Power, and the rest. And then we power. So currently we have about 10 generating companies in Ghana, aside VRA. Yeah. So that is how the system works.
So when the light goes off, where do you come in to fix it?
So,
if
thank you.
It's a transmission problem or what? I mean, just share with us some of these things.
So thank you very much, Honorable. So to the point where you receive power at your homes or in your offices, the power is coming from the generators, which are scattered across the country. We have good old Akosombo, those in the Takrady enclave, the Tema enclave, and now we have even Kumasi enclave. Between that generator and your AC or your light, any challenge at any point can affect your power. So if you have a transformer somewhere in your neighborhood and your transformer is faulted, then you may have to call ECG. Now, if there is a challenge in the network, what we call the National Interconnected Transmission System, if there is a challenge there, then
all those sitting here is for all of us, so that we get to know exactly what happens. Yes. And even those who came with them, I'm sure sometimes you don't even know what really goes on when there's light off. So let's pay attention and listen.
Okay. So thank you. So if there's a challenge high up there in the National Interconnected Transmission System, then it is possible to have widespread outages. Okay. So that is where we come in to resolve. So for instance, I think yesterday, there was an incident in Sogakope, and we did an announcement because one of our transmission lines leading to Sogakope was faulted. So it supplied power to ECG to that part of the Volta region. So we had to come in to resolve that problem. It wasn't an ECG problem. It was a GRIDCO problem. And we are also operators of the power system. It means that we tell what generators should come online and what should go off and where the power should go. We are in the middle managing that. So if there are issues, we are responsible to handle it. Sometimes there are issues, for instance, maybe the gas people will tell us that we have an issue with gas. So we can't have enough generation in the West. Then we have to scramble to find generation in the East to manage how to supply Ghanaians. So that is the role we play in the power sector.
And you play a very important role. And I look at your finances and looking at the huge role you play. Maybe you need to be assisted more, because I'm thinking of what you do. I look at ECG's balance sheet. I look at, financial position and financial performance, and I look at yours, and I feel, Minister, you need to help them.
Honorable, do you want to say something? We need help.
No, after sharing with us what they actually do, I'm looking at their non-current assets. I'm looking at their liabilities. I'm looking at all these things and the important role they play. I'm sure they have a strategy in the pipeline. They have some plan of action in the pipeline. I'm only asking that you consider them favorably and support them in that regard. I can see that, yes, they have done quite well to improve upon their current ratio from 0.6 is to 1 to 0.9, but there's more room for improvement. And so I believe that if for any reason you are owed some liabilities, and you should be able to collect them to help improve on your current ratio. And so, Minister, what we can say is I think you should help them. You should support them because they play a very important role in the transmission of one of the most important things that we need as a country, getting the lights on. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The ministry is really helping them. They can actually attest to the improvement in the cash water for what they are getting. Beyond that, I think with the government policy and the government programs coming up, they are well featured in there. So they are well catered for.
All right, thank you
I
very
hope that is the case, Mr. CEO. Don't answer, don't mind me.
Greco, you are discharged. Now let's
Thank you,
call
Chairman.
Boss. Could you please introduce yourself to the committee, please?
Let me make a disclosure here. Eric was, I think, a year ahead of me in the university. So, I mean, I need to disclose that. Yes, so we are very good friends, Eric and I.
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. My name is Edmond Akwa, Head of Audit, BOST.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Abu Bakari Ali, Manager Transmission.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Apechi Awuno, Managing Director for BOST. But actually, you've exposed my secret weapon for this court.
We'll look at the first one that we'll look at is at paragraph 231. And Honorable Simon will take care of that one, please. Yours, 221, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. BOST. I'm looking at 2023, 2022. Your profit had declined so much let me just say by 43.4%. Is there any reason why there was such a huge decline in profit, as net profit?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would say it was primarily due to, in 2022, trade was on an LC basis, and in 2023, there was the introduction of the Go for Oil program, which trade shifted to a different structure, which improved the volumes that were imported. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. You seem to have a huge difference between your current assets and your current liabilities. Your working capital and your ratio is 0.7.1, a decline from 0.8.1. Are you struggling? Are you struggling in terms of working capital?
No.
All right. Mr. Chairman.
Currently, no.
I'm not done. You have acquired plants and equipment from your what the statement here. Has that led to an increase in your productivity so far?
Yes, sir. We are more efficient.
Should we be looking forward to more profit in the next year?
Yes, sir. That's our target. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one is on paragraph 237, and Honorable OPK is taking care of that one.
Thank you. It has to do with some encroachment activities on your B2, P3 right-of-way. And the audit report knows that after inspection of your Bolgatanga Bupe pipelines, and this measures about 12 meters wide and 261 kilometers in length, that a number of developers have built structures and fences on the section of the right-way, which could affect the operations along these lines. And I don't know if you've seen the report, you see images of that from the audit service. This exposes your company to possible risk which could affect the integrity of the pipeline. The auditors are recommending that you take steps to regain the encroached areas. What have you done about this, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the issue of the right-of-way has been resolved. We've fully secured the right-of-way on the B2, P3, and the auditors can confirm. Thank you.
Auditors, are you able to confirm or otherwise?
Yes, Honorable Chair, our verification indicated that they have secured the
Thank you
place.
very much.
Thank you very much.
That will be all for me, Chair.
Thank you. The next infraction is on paragraph 224 to 244 to 248. That will be done by Honorable Nakoyo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there are preventive mechanisms which is to put in place to eliminate thefts, loss, wastage, and misuse of assets per section 52, subsection 1 of the PFM Act, which this is enshrined in the principal spending officer. From what we have here, it's been noticed that BOST procured some flow meters. So one flow meters, 2 for Buipe Jetty, 2 for Akosombo. Then with meters, 3 meters for the old discharged bay in Kumasi. And the level monitoring devices, 3 of them also for the old discharged bay in Kumasi. Now, I realize that although these meters have been procured by BOST, they are not being put to use. Can you please explain to the committee why they are not being put to use? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the needed to have been complemented by a specific type of hose, which we've had some in stock at a different location. So we've mobilized them from Akosombo. We've mobilized them to the required location where it needs to be installed, and we're in the process of installing them so we can commence usage. So it's on the way of being resolved without incurring additional cost. Thank you.
Okay, so the unconventional methods, such as top-ups methods and loading and discharging volumes of products are still being used. Is that right?
No, ma'am. No. We discontinue.
So do you often buy flow meters or the meters in excess of what you need per a particular season?
Yes, we do. We do stock them. We do stock them.
Can you explain to the committee the reason for that?
It's a spare. It's an everyday usage. So in issues of wear and tear, we can't afford to have downtime for at any point in time because of energy security and the mandate that BOST has. So in everything we do, we have a maintenance aspect of it, and as part of the maintenance aspect, we make sure there are enough spares available.
So the Ghana Standards Authority have been paid to do calibration. How far with that process?
It's completed, please. It's done, ma'am.
Thank you. That will be all,
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Your infraction, the next infraction is on paragraph 258 to 266. It's basically about absence of supervisor and coordinator for the BOST. Yeah, two. Okay. Sorry. The next infraction is on paragraph 249 to 257. That will be done by Dr. Jesau.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. This has to do with delayed projects. These projects, about 5 of them, and they are treated as investments. And there's a specific requirement under our law on investment projects. Honorable Chair, I want to find out whether these projects in the first place are within approved budget. Are they?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, great. Now, you also single-sourced some of them. Did you get PPA approval?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Now, could you now tell us why the delay in completion of these projects? As you know, the delay leads to several things: increasing costs, contractual litigations, and in the end, may be likely to increase the overall cost of these projects, whose budget you've already allocated. Could you tell us why this delay in completion of the projects and what is being done in response to the query raised by the auditors?
Thank you, Chairman. The delay was due to adjustments in the scoping of the projects and timelines, but I'm happy to confirm that most of them are already back on track and the contractors are back on site for completion. The first one with the Boga Depot will be completed by end of December 2025. The second one for the APD shed by is completed and is ready to be handed over by the end of this month, which is next week. And then also the Rascopart fence wall is also completed and will be handed over next week as well. In terms of the Tigris fire tenders, we did the factory assessment test last week in Brussels. We just returned, and then we're happy to announce that everything checks out. And they've even did more than was in the scope for the fire tenders. We did the inspection with the Ghana Fire Service, and everybody's happy with the assessment. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, so Honorable Chair, I just want to find out, it appears the MD has given us a lot of good progress with these, but auditors, are auditors in the know? Do you know about this good progress he's announcing?
Exactly so, Honorable Chair. We are aware of, for instance, the second one has been construction of 2 sheds on dipping platform and demolition of old. Yes, that has been completed. So 1 out of the 6 has been completed. But massive progress have been made on the other projects that he mentioned. In our subsequent audit, we will confirm whether these projects have been actually completed. But we know that per our verification that some progress have been made in all of these projects. 1 has been completed, actually. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, that will be all.
Thank you very much. The next infraction is on paragraph 258, and Honorable Gape will take care of that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is about absence of maintenance supervisors, which is affecting quality of work at the BOST. And then auditors recommended that you assign or make sure by November you get supervisors. I want to know the status of that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to announce that the coordinators have been appointed in all the terminals across the country, in the Southern Zone, Central Zone, and Northern Zone. And we've also hired a maintenance manager that supervises and oversees all operations in regards to maintenance. Thank you.
All of them are at post?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay, the next infraction is on paragraph 266, and Honorable Kenny will take care of that one.
Thank you, Chair. This is about leakage. The Auditor General noted that section of your tap pipelines, which runs from Accra Place Depot through Akosombo and Bupe Jetty to the Bupe market area, got damaged, causing leakage during discharge of products. This also caused increase in discharge time for transfer of products to Bupe Depot. Auditor General recommended that management should take steps to repair this pipeline to ensure operational efficiency. Management did indicate that procurement process has been initiated, and we are following up to know whether
is being fixed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we've done initial repair works on the line, but we do need to do more works on the line. So we've initiated processes with the necessary agencies like the regulator, the public procurement authority. We've also, the budget has also been approved for us to work on the entire line. So that is ongoing as we speak.
Are there measures put in place to detect leakage that occurs far off from town?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We are also working to improve on those measures by introducing a more robust SCADA system. We're also working with national security on surveillance monitoring for the entire line to help us detect encroachment that our systems may not detect quickly. Thank you.
How much actually did the leakage cost bust?
Mr. Chairman, it wasn't much, but we can provide you with the necessary details for assessment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. It's currently in use. It's currently in use.
Has it been fixed?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. It's currently in use. We've fixed the line. We're actually working to make it better. But it's currently in use.
Auditors, can you confirm that the pipeline has been fixed?
No, it has not been fixed. I think earlier on he indicated that they have included it in their budget, and so they are expecting to work on it subsequently.
Don't you guys, have you seen the pictures of the pipeline? It's so dangerous, and you have something like a plywood on it.
Mr. Chairman, so the budgetary approval we've gotten is to actually replace it entirely. But currently, we've actually fixed it, and that is what we use. But the plan
how long
is to
has this
complete it.
been defective?
It's been defective for a while, but currently the maintenance team has fixed it, so we actually use it today. But the budgetary approval we've gotten is to replace the entire line, which we have plans of doing.
So how long has this pump been down? This
It's not
pipe?
down. It's not down. It's currently in use.
How long has it been defective?
Today it's not defective. We use it today.
How long before?
How long was it defective?
Mr. Chairman, we cannot give a specific time frame.
You cannot give a specific time.
But from the time
So-
that we detected it and we repaired it and we realized that no, we have to replace the entire line, we followed the process.
But
to
the
get that.
auditors saw it.
The auditors saw
When
it.
did they see it?
2023.
2023.
You've not seen the repair work? Okay. The auditors have not seen the repair work. But
They
it's
haven't seen
currently
the
in
repair
use.
work.
It's currently in use and there's no leakage, Mr. Chairman.
But the pictures that we see in the book, they look awful.
They do. That's the very first pictures. Pre-repair.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, I just want to find out from you how many depots do you have and whether they are up and running, they're operational.
We have 7. One is down because it's going through maintenance, upgrade maintenance. So that is the Mame Water Depot. Apart from that, the APD in Accra Plains Depot is working. Akosombo Depot is working. Bupe Depot is working. Bogat was also down for maintenance and is almost completed to help serve the Sahelian market. The Kumasi Depot is also working. We don't want that.
Mame Water, Accra, Akosombo, Bupe, Bolga, and Kumasi.
We have a terminal in South Vulego, but it's not a depot, it's a booster station. And it's also working.
It's also working?
Yes, ma'am.
So when will the maintenance at Mame Water be completed?
By the end of the year, ma'am.
By the end of the year.
Yes,
Where
ma'am.
exactly is this depot located?
It's in the Akosombo area.
Akosombo area. In addition to the one you
Yes,
have.
by
So
the
you have
roadside.
2.
We have 2. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
So Mame Water is sort of the main depot, and Akosombo is a transitional point.
Oh, okay.
Honorable Chair, Mami Water is the depot, the tanks you see when you're going to Japan, to your left.
But why that name? Isn't that interesting?
Madam Chair, everybody asks that same question.
Thank you.
Okay, boss, you are discharged.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The next one to call is National Petroleum Authority. Is NPA here? Okay, because I didn't say NPA, I said National Petroleum Authority. Can you introduce yourself to the committee, please?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My name is Sheila Ado, Acting Deputy CEO of National Petroleum Authority.
Mr. Chair, my name is Ai Zakaria, Director Finance, NPA.
Mr. Chair, my name is Michael Enchi, Head Budget.
Where is your CEO?
Honorable Chair, the CEO is also out of the country. Almost all the petroleum heads are having a meeting outside the country. So GMPC and then MPA, the chief executives are out of the country.
Okay, let's look at your financial performance. Yes, just one over here. The next exchange income, why did it go down that low? What happened? What is your net exchange income, and how come it's low?
Mr. Chair, it is as a result of the depreciating cedi in 2023. Some of our revenue lines are denominated in dollars, so we lost on due to it. We had exchange losses as a result of the depreciating cedi.
Madam,
no, our expenses.
You said as a result of the depreciating. Why did you said some of your revenue were in USD?
Yes, madam.
And
It
if
is-
you,
no,
if your
expenditure, is
your
denominated-
expenditure
yes,
rather,
yes, yes, please.
what kind of expenditure do you quote in dollars?
We have a sorry. Madam, this is a comparative distance comparing 2022 to 2023. And the interest...
So I'm only asking,
yes.
What kind of expenditure do you denominate in dollars? You said yes, you had some, and I said, what kind of expenditure under MPA is in USD? Because of the losses you said you incurred as a result of the cedi depreciating.
We have a dollar account with our operating bank. And
what kind of expenditure? Because you said you made payments, and I'm saying what kind of expenditure do you make in USD?
We had we have expenditures in USD, but that will not come into the income surplus account. in 2023, we're constructing our head office building. That was dollar denominated. So in making the payments, we convert the dollar to cedi in order to pay to the contractor. So the cedi equivalent gave us
In
some
making
losses.
payments from cedi,
From
dollar to cedi,
to cedi, yes,
and
please.
if the cedi you said was depreciating, you should get more cedis.
No, we paid more cedis for the same dollar equivalent.
You said you have a dollar account and that you made payments from the dollar account.
No, but Madam,
Honorable Chair.
Just take your time and
Honorable
tell us,
Chair, I think the explanation is, one, they have some revenues dollar denominated. When the cedi depreciates, they get more. But for their expenditure, when the cedi depreciates, they spend more. And one of the expenditure was the head office, which was dollar denominated. So with the depreciation of the cedi, what they have budgeted for, if they have budgeted maybe a cedi to dollar, 11 cedis, and at the point of payment, it has depreciated and it's 16 cedis, it means that they are paying 5 cedis more. And this is why the expenditure went up. So when the dollar cedi depreciates, it makes costs go up. But for revenue, you get more. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, what we are talking about is net exchange in income. So receipts coming in.
So it is, so per their system, net exchange income is because they have always assumed that at the end of the day, the exchange should rather give them an income. But in this case, because expenditure went up, they are going to make a loss instead of a gain. So this is the balance.
Yes.
So it is how they term it. In some cases, when you anticipate, I'm not speaking on this, I'm actually speaking as an accountant. In this instance, it depends on how you capture it. If in your account, you always have assumed that you make exchange gains, then you assume it as your income, other income. But this one, they have assumed it as gain almost every time. But this time round, because of the losses they made, it becomes a loss or rather reduces as compared to the previous year. So that is the explanation I want to give.
Madam.
Yes, Madam. Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Chair. Yes.
Does the minister work at the MPA?
He doesn't. And then to give more detail to what...
No, I'm
the minister
coming.
said. Yes, Madam. He doesn't work with MPA.
He doesn't work with the MPA?
Yes, Madam.
So what he's told us explains the net exchange income?
Yes, Madam.
Oh, Madam, and you just confirmed that there were payments?
Yes, Madam. Yes, Madam. Can I add something?
Okay, let me come in. I'm not a madam, but let me come in here. There was an increase from 2022 to 2023 on administrative expense. What caused this huge increase of 39%?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the administrative expense was as a result of our expansion into all the 10 regional locations of the country. Initially, MPO operations were zonalized, so we had 4 zones. But in 2022, management decided to have more visibility in the regional offices, and for that matter, opened regional offices in all the 9 old locations. And for that matter, this had to do with increased staff, logistics, and other things that were to enable them work efficiently.
Now let's look at your financial position over here. the non-current assets, an increase of 97%. What caused that?
That was addition to our asset that was under construction. Yes, because the head office building started in 2022, and as of 2023, a significant component of the contractor's fee had been paid. So it added to our assets, non-current assets.
Auditors, I have to call you in here about the net exchange income. That has a negative number over here. People are watching us, and we need to have an explanation for the country. What is going on here, if you could come in?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Honorable Chair, maybe before I come in, I need to give a caveat. I would have wished we had a detailed financial statement here to really see what is accounting for that. But if we are having it under income, what it presupposes is that in 2022, we are having income here because the dollar strengthened against the cedi. So that is an income. But where you have the cedi appreciating, if we have the cedi appreciating, then that becomes a disadvantage to the entity. So it becomes a negative figure. That is why we are having it under the income side.
Yes, but then it shouldn't be here. Then it should be under expenditure.
Yes, we could have just indicated it in the expenditure
and
column.
it shouldn't be here. It should be under expenditure. Okay, thanks for that acknowledgement that the finance net exchange income should have come under expenditure as net exchange losses. Yeah. If that is the explanation we want to take from here, then it should have come under expenditure as net exchange losses. Yes, thank you. Madam, you had the whole time to look at this report and make the necessary changes. So moving forward, let's spend time to look at what we have been cited for so that when we come here, we are in a position to explain properly.
Yes,
Thank you.
Madam Chair. Thank you.
NPA, you are discharged. Let's call Energy Fund. Could you introduce yourself to the committee, please?
Please, I'm Ekuyo Usiosei, Assistant Manager.
My name is Cecilia Gbenyega, Deputy Director, Legal, Energy Commission.
Gilbert Hammond, Director, Finance and Administration.
Eunice Breachum, I'm the Acting Executive Secretary. Engineer Eunice Breachum, Acting Executive Secretary of the Energy Commission.
I am Tony Blebo, Director for Electricity and Natural Gas, Energy Commission.
Okay. So Energy Fund, your financials will be on paragraph 381. And Honorable Frank Yeboah will take care of that one.
All right. Thank you, Chairman. Energy Fund. Let's first look at your financial performance. In fact, in 2022, I'm very sure you were dancing when you made a profit of or surplus of 15.8 million. However, the music changed in 2023 when you made a deficit or a loss of 10.2 million. I'm not going to ask you why. Let's go through the financial performance. If you look at promotion of energy efficiency and productive use of electricity and natural gas, you expended 9.7 million in 2022. However, in 2023, you spent 7.4 million. Is it the case that the scope, you're no longer interested in the promotion of energy efficiency, or what? Have you reduced the scope or what? It's good to have your expenditure coming down, but on this occasion, we need to explain why you are reducing allocation to that important role.
Mr. Chair, in 2023, we did conduct the same promotional activities, but we did it more efficiently than we had done it in 2022, hence the reduction in the costs for 2023. Thank you.
You just said that you did. I don't want to show that. I just want to see that I got it right. You said in 2023, you did the same exercise, but in a very efficient way. Is that what you said?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And you being efficient will mean that you make a loss in the same year. You are talking about efficiency in 2023, yet you made a loss of 10 million or a deficit of 10 million in the same year.
Mr. Chair, the question was about the reduction in the costs of our promotional
So that efficiency
activities.
was just in relation to the promotion, not the general account.
Yes,
Is that what
Mr.
you
Chair.
mean? Also, you know how to be efficient in one breath, but you cannot be efficient in other sectors. Is that the case?
Mr. Chair, there is an explanation for the other relevant expenditure, and which went up, which resulted in the overall loss for 2023.
No problem.
Thank you.
Let's go to promotion of projects for the development of and utilization of renewable energy resources. I'm sure this is a very topical issue, and it's something that everybody will be interested in. You expended 9 million in 2022, but only 3.2 million in 2023. We are all interested in using our solar panels and the rest of it, but your expenditure went down from 9.2 to 3.3 million. Why?
Mr. Chair, there were some promotional activities that the Energy Commission undertook in 2022, which was self-funded, but we could not continue that the following year, so that was why the expenditures went down. We had a program in place to help incentivize the solar market in that year.
Okay, I don't want to be seen to be worrying you, but we are interested in the energy conservation and the rest of it. So I will just move to other relevant expenditure. That moved from 26 million to 55 million. And I'm sure that is part of the reasons why you made a loss. So that will be my last question, if it's answered the way I want it.
Okay, Chair, so I'll take this question. The Energy Fund performs as a bank account for Energy Commission. So the Energy Fund collates all the revenues and is being transferred and utilized in Energy Commission. So these thematic areas were stipulated by the Act. So all other activities were accumulated into the other relevant expenditure. So the other relevant expenditure comprises of compensation, capex that we procured, and then some investments that we did during the financial year. And then also we had an impact of impairment loss of 18.9 million, which resulted in the loss of the 10.2 million you are seeing. Thank you.
And loss is on a separate line. When I'm talking about the 55 million, the other relevant expenditure, we are mentioning impairment loss.
Yes.
Which has its own line as
Yes.
a line item. So
Yes.
why are you mentioning impairment loss under other relevant expenditure? Because it has its own line.
Yes, I finished with it and I added it. So, yes.
Anyway, Chairman, thank you.
Energy Fund, you are discharged. Now let's have Energy Commission.
Mr.
Oh, you
Chair,
are the
this
bank
is, this
account.
is
Okay,
Energy
then.
Commission. The Energy Fund is the fund that helps to fund our activities.
Okay, so now that you are sitting down there, now,
Madam, if the fund that is set up to help Energy Commission is making losses, then where is the hope that truly we have something working for us? Because you said the fund is the Commission's bank accounts. That was what you said. And so that if you are making losses, then
Okay, so this was impacted by the impairments loss. That is
what caused that huge impairment, please?
Okay, so these are receivables that we expect to get from our utilities, the public utilities, which they are not paying, and somewhere over 5 years. So we realized that the carrying amount was not equal to the recovery amount, so we had to impair it. But we are making steps in collecting this fund.
Auditors, can they just impair amounts, debts or owings because they have realized that there's no way they can retrieve them? Can they just get up and hit their accounts with that?
Honorable Chair, they will need approval from Parliament. It's only Parliament that can write off government debts.
So then you have to reinstate it and follow due process. Or the Energy Fund, in the Act, it says you on your own can go ahead and impair. Is this not public funds?
Yes.
It's
Chair.
public funds.
Yes. Chair,
Is this public funds,
yes,
please?
It is, please.
If
yes.
it's public funds, then there's a process for impairing these things. Other statutory bodies have come the same way. They follow through the process and they have written off some of these impaired amounts from their books. So on your own, you cannot write to just charge it to your account, but you have to follow due process. That's why I confirmed with the auditors. You are shaking your head. Maybe that is not it. So please share with us what you think.
Sorry, Chair. This wasn't a write-off. It's an impairment. It's just a provision for you to work on and recover. So the auditors themselves did additional impairment for us. After we did a minor impairment, they increased it. So this is just a provision to help you recover the funds, but not a complete write-off of the amount.
So that if tomorrow they pay, will you reinstate that part that has been paid?
Yes, please. It comes back into the financial statement as a recovery.
Yeah, but then why is it? Yes, why? But then it shouldn't be here, or? Yes. Because this is not actual. You are saying that it's a provision.
Yes.
So then why should it be under? Yes.
The debit takes the expense and the credit reduces the receivable amount.
Yes, and I'm asking auditors, why is it under expenditure then?
Honorable Chair, in terms of the treatment, if we are looking at it as provision, then the debit and credit aspect, we have to, the income and expenditure would have to be debited to reduce the income for the year. And then when you go to the, for the statement of financial position, it will reduce the receivable. So you will have it under liabilities. But when you do the final analysis, it will reduce the receivable. So when you hit the provision against the receivable figure, the amount will come down. So as and when the debts are collected, then the provision will be reducing.
Unfortunately for us, you did not indicate the liabilities in the financial position. So, but if you have your statements of account, if you can show us where this is, we'll be very grateful.
Chair, the liability was netted off the trade receivables. So if you see our current assets, you realize it has reduced.
But your current assets reduced by 10 million. And what we are talking about is 18.9 million.
Yes. So that will be a net movement, not the 10 representing the impairment.
Auditors, I'm not comfortable with this treatment, and I will plead with you to go back and look at their accounts again and let us know the details in their current account, their current liabilities, and the treatment of that impairment as well. Because I'm not comfortable with the explanation and the treatment that we have in the book. Thank you.
All right, Honorable Chair, noted. No.
So, Energy Fund, which is serving as a bank, is in arrears. What is the position now of Energy Fund?
We are in a positive position now.
You are in positive position?
Yes, please.
So now I can take a deep breath, right?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. Go ahead with Energy.
They are in a reset position now.
Thank you. Looking at your financial position on table 34, your revenue went up to 53.8%, but your total expenditure is 78.8%. Why? Can you throw more light on that for us?
Okay, Chair. We had an impact on impairment as well in the Energy Commission, which is 27.3 million. So if you check the compensation, it's around 51%, and then the goods and service is around 17.4%.
Okay, so looking at your financial position, look at your assets, and then 2023, your asset is up by 19.1%. What accounted for that?
Okay, so if you look at non-current assets, it increased by 436%. This is mainly due to some investments that were done for long-term, some long-term investments. And then we also procured CAPEX, about 11.7 million from there. That increased the asset position, coupled with increase in the cash balance.
So you claim you make investment. Investment in what?
In fixed deposits. That reflects in our other income of 9.7 million.
Current ratio. When you look at 2022, it's 35.01. And then when you look at 2023, it's 9.5.1. You're looking at your ratio. Looking at the two ratios in terms of liabilities, how will you recover?
Okay, so the current asset had a dip of about 59%, which is mainly from the earlier explanations. So that had an impact on our current ratio. So going forward, we will not be having such issues as our current asset is quite strong now.
So you promise the committee that it won't happen again?
We'll try our best to ensure that.
Because we are going to take this note down, and then next year we are going to match you with what you say. So be truthful. You have sworn an oath. So be truthful to the committee.
Okay, your management issue is on paragraph 374, and Honorable Akwesi Kwenedu will take care of that, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, this has to do with some unresolved issues with their bank reconciliations. They told the auditors that they do reconciliation of the accounts on monthly basis. But there's a 2024 account. But the auditors observed that somewhere in 2022, you had some issues with some of your customers paying or remitting monies to you into wrong accounts. Instead of putting it into the electrical wiring account, it went into the energy fund account. They recommended that a reversal of this should be made, and subsequently you do proper reconciliation of these accounts. Has that been done?
Yes, please. It's been resolved.
The issue with it is that I'll verify that with the auditors, but the point is, once the customers pay into the wrong account, how then do you monitor the payments that they ought to do to you? Because if I'm supposed to pay to you, and I pay to Mr. X instead of Mr. Y, I have not paid to you, so you still demand that I owe you. How would you know that I've paid if it went into the wrong account? And how do you chase your receivables with such unreconciled accounts that you do have?
Chair, we do reconciliation at the end of every month where this comes up, and then we try to resolve it promptly.
And kindly try and do it promptly, because that is from 2022 to 2024. It should not exist. Otherwise, you would have imbalances in the account and improper receivables. Auditors, can you please confirm that if this reversal has been made?
Yes, Honorable Chair, an amount of 120,378 has been transferred into the Energy Fund account as at 24th June 2025. 24, okay.
All right.
Honorable Chair, 2024. 24th June 2024. So, thank you.
Okay. Now, do we have Unified Petroleum Price Fund? Is that you guys?
That's NPA.
The NPA.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. National Electrification Scheme. Ministry of what? But that's you. You've appeared before us on this one? No, not on this one.
No, the ministry has appeared before the... Okay, but then we have not received an invitation on this.
Minister, sorry, an invitation has been sent. There are two reports we are looking at. The first one was the public accounts on ministries, departments, and agencies. And this one is public accounts on public boards, corporations, and other statutory institutions. So some of the boards or public institutions fall under both. But we sent a letter from the Secretariat asking that the National Electrification Scheme attend upon the committee. There is a letter to that effect, Minister.
Okay, so Honorable Chair, actually that fund, informed, has to be responded by the Minister of Finance. However, once you've written to us, we'll look and then appear before the committee with the needed information.
Did you say National Electrification Scheme should be responded to by?
The fund is controlled by the Minister of Finance.
No, we are talking
Yes.
about not the UPF, UPP, no. We are talking about the National Electrification Scheme.
So, Honorable Chair, the invitation that we had was for the agencies. The ministry, should be responded by the ministry. We haven't had it, but once you've indicated that it's been sent to us, we'll look at it and then appear before you in another date. Because I didn't get that invitation.
Can you send Minister a copy of the letter?
Because the invitations I have, it didn't include a National Electrification Scheme.
For the meantime, in the meantime, is Ghana Atomic Energy Commission here? Oh, it's under environment. Okay, Minister, we'll call ACG.
Thank you.
You see also. Could you please introduce yourself to the committee?
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. My name is Sia Frempong, Director of Materials and Transport.
Madam Chairperson, my name is Eli Atakwa, Acting Director of Procurement.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Honorable Chair. My name is Ben Dankwa, Director Legal.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. My name is Ebenezer Ghani, Acting Director Operations.
Good afternoon. My name is Moses Oakley, Acting Director of Finance.
Honorable Chair, my name is Kwadwo Ayensu Obin, Deputy MD, Engineering and Operations.
I'm Kwame Kwapana, Acting Managing Director.
Honorable Chair, my name is David Wedia Samoa, Deputy Managing Director, Commercial Services.
Honorable Chair, my name is Belinda Yabua Jamina, Director, Customer Service. Thank you.
That's Almighty ECG. Honorable Abena Osei-Asare will handle the finances with you.
Thank you very much. ECG would like to know what constitutes your internally generated funds, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Basically, ECG is in the business of buying electricity and selling it to customers. So our major source of revenue is from the sale of electricity. We have other sources like sales of forms. Those are very, very, very small, but largely our source of revenue is from the sale of electricity.
So then it should read revenue and not internally generated funds, because you mentioned other things in addition to.
All right.
Yes. And then I also see government grants. But I want you to help me here. When you look at your income and expenditure, I see net exchange loss. Is it 8.3 billion or 8.3 million?
Yeah, that's correct, 8.3 billion.
Net exchange loss?
Yes.
What is that, please? Can you break it down for us?
Oh, thank you. So this is exchange loss on independent power producers' balances, the amount we owe them. The second one is on
No, I asked for the net exchange loss, which is 8.3 billion. Give me the explanation on that, please.
Madam Chair, we sell electricity at a price approved by the PURC. And in setting the price, PURC uses a certain exchange rate.
Okay.
But when we buy the power to pay for it, we use the market exchange rate. And there is usually...
When you buy the power, you use the market exchange rate?
Yes, because we...
The power is generated in Ghana?
In Ghana.
And is denominated in USD?
The power is generated in Ghana, but the contract is in USD.
Which contract is in USD, please?
All the power we buy from the IPPs, so known as Sogli, Sun Power, even B Power is in US dollars.
It's in USD.
It's only VRA, which is not in US dollars.
So, based on the directive the minister gave this afternoon, are you going to look at it? Because the Minister of Finance this afternoon just gave a directive that we should price everything in Ghana cedi, so that if our local power producers are charging in USD and causing us to realize a net exchange loss of 8.3 billion Ghana cedis, which is even more than the government grants of 6.6 billion Ghana cedis that government gave to you to pay the IPPs. I still don't get it.
Madam Chair, these are existing contracts signed between 2012 and 2016. The new directive, we will have to explore with our lawyers whether it has retroactive effect and whether the IPPs are willing to price in US dollars.
Not retroactive effects, because we all know that that cannot be done. But I am drawing your attention to a statement the finance minister made today, and that is what I'm telling you. But I still stand by that. I don't understand how come the government grants that they give to you, that they gave to you in 2023 to pay your IPPs was 6.6 billion, and yet you incurred net exchange losses of 8.3 billion. How is that? Just help us. You see, break it down for the average Ghanaian to really understand. That's all I'm asking you to do.
Madam Chair, unfortunately, that's the reality. Yeah. We buy the power in US dollars. We collect the money in Ghana cedis. We must change from Ghana cedis to US dollars to pay for it. The price is fixed, and the price assumes a certain exchange rate. But when we go to the market to buy, to pay for the power, the exchange rate is different. And that's where the loss is coming from. Okay. And it is the reality.
That is the reality. Auditors, I think you should help us also here. Look at the reality of 8.3 billion in net exchange losses alone. Maybe we should drill down and see how best we can look at this to avoid such a huge occurrence. Because clearly in 2023, it is more than what government even gave you.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Maybe I should add that in 2023 and 2024, we had a lot of volatility in the exchange rate. This year, from May, the cedi appreciated, and we had gains. So I want to put that on record.
So this year, you're telling us that we will not see a net exchange loss, a huge net exchange loss. But all I'm saying is that I understand what you are saying. But I'm also asking that we look into this, because we end up, government gives you 6.6 billion to help you pay your IPPs, and you end up, in addition to the 6.6 billion, also incurring a net exchange loss of 8.3. We are not saying it is anybody's fault. All we're saying is that we should look into it further. And then also, when you come to the finance costs, is it 535 million Ghana cedis? Can you confirm, please?
Yes, Madam Chairperson.
535 million. What kind of transactions go into your finance costs, please?
So we have subsidiary loans on lent by the Ministry of Finance to ECG. And then we also have conventional loans that ECG contracted on its balance sheet. So the two made this number of 535.
You are saying that the finance cost has to do with payment of loans?
Yes, the accrued interest payable, or the interest payable for the year, is this amount.
535.
Yes, yes.
Your finance cost, you are saying, is your loans, your accrued interest and loans?
Yes, yes.
is it, I know you have the accounts there. Can you give me a breakdown? I'm just wondering that ECG would pay 535 million Ghana cedis in finance costs for a year. You will be laughing and shaking your head, but that is so much money for me. So that is why I want a breakdown of that. Yes.
So, Madam Chairperson, it's indicated in the notes that interest on long-term borrowings is this much.
Sir, please, we don't have the notes. We only have the summarized financial performance and position. So that's why I'm asking you to help us.
So I can go through the loan schedule.
Just give us one or two highlights that are close to the 535 million Ghana cedis.
All right, so Madam Chairperson, we have loans such as IDA 2467, and this is the loan reference number. The interest payable is 17 million. Then IDA 4356, interest payable is 35.7 million. Okay. Then you go to the next big one, which is...
So how many of these loans do you have in that category? Say, I'm looking at an average of, from what you have mentioned, say 25 million for how many number of loans?
One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, about 21.
21 loans.
21 loans?
Yes.
On ECG books?
Yes.
I see. And then I look at your administrative expenses. What is your staff strength, please?
Madam Chair, it's 7,800.
7,800. So what constitutes your administrative expenses?
Okay, so our overhead cost is part of administrative expense.
Sir, I want a breakdown. I know your overhead cost is part. So give me 3-4 components that constitute the 1.6 billion that we are talking about here.
Okay, so I think the biggest one will be the salaries of administrative and overhead staff.
And that comes under administrative expenses.
Yes, the salaries of overhead and administrative.
No, there are 3 different expenses here. You have the direct cost, which is 22.7 billion. I haven't come to that one. And then there's a distribution cost of 613 million Ghana cedis. And then the last one is administrative expenses of 1.6 billion. So where does your staff costs come in here? Which category does it fall under, please?
So staff cost is allocated to the expense category in which it falls. So if you take operations, the staff under operations, the cost of staff under operation is part of the operations cost. And so is the distribution cost. So the administrative cost
is for staff and the administrative department, overheads.
Yes.
ECG, well, you said 7,800.
Yes.
7,800, and it's close to about 25 billion in cost. I'm looking at government with 650,000 workers doing roughly 45 billion. And then 7,800. All right. I know it includes other things, but we are just looking at the quantum of staff that you have and that of government and just comparing.
So
I'm saying that because of the losses that I'm seeing here, and that's why I mean your expense in terms of the direct costs. What constitutes direct costs?
So direct cost is actually power purchase cost, which is the first line item in the notes. Then we have transmission cost.
That's the distribution expenses.
The transmission cost, okay. Then we also have ECG's direct costs such as operations and maintenance of its network. That also forms part of our direct cost. So these three categories constitute what we state as direct cost.
And then when it comes to your financial position, before I go to that, the auditor said you increased your expenditure by 33.9%. And the complaint was that of direct cost and exchange losses. How much, what goes into your direct cost? You said direct cost is power generation, power purchase. So roughly in a month, how much do you spend on power purchase? Just give us an idea. Yes, Mr.
Madam Chair, it's about $135 million a month.
135 million USD in a month. I also, I have seen that in your financial position, your non-current assets went up from 32.7 to 47 billion. Can you give us details on that?
So, Madam Chairperson, this is largely due to the depreciation of the cedi. As my MD said, our balances, the amount we owe power producers is in USD. And so when the dollar moves without any activity, you will see a very huge increase in our payables. And that accounts for, that's the biggest driver in that category.
Okay, I see the revaluation, surplus revaluation here. Okay. And then your current liabilities also increased from 29 to 46.
Madam,
can you share with us your current liabilities?
That's what I just explained. That the balances of IPPs are kept in USD.
Okay.
And so anytime the cedi depreciates against the USD at the end of the year, when you translate it, you will see a very huge increase.
No, the first one was your non-current assets. I didn't, yes. I said your non-current assets increased from 32 to 47 billion. Can you explain why?
Okay.
Yes.
Madam Chairperson, I think I didn't hear the first one. So that has to do with our receivables. Now, during the year, our receivables increased because there was also tariff increase through the automatic tariff adjustment. So that was one reason why our receivables increased during the period.
And that increase also saw an increase in your expenditure. That's okay. But as they say, you are where you are. You haven't, changed in any way. You haven't improved on your current ratio. It was 0.03 to 1 in 2022, and it's the same story in 2023. ECG, with this huge net exchange losses, with this huge loss, the actual P&L loss, what can you do to improve on your current ratios? Because at least you should be, with this huge amount of money sitting in your books, you should be able to cover your short-term liabilities. What are you doing moving forward to see to it that at least you inch up, you make some progress in your current ratio?
So, Madam Chairperson, our biggest challenge is the tariff. Our business is completely regulated, and so the price we charge customers is determined by the PURC. On the other hand, the price that we buy power is also approved by the PURC. So, for instance, during the year under review, the regulator has approved that ECG will purchase power. The cost of power purchase approved is 1 CD 3 pesos. But at the end of the year, the price per unit that we purchased was 126 pesos, or 1 CD 26 pesos. What this means is that that difference did not pass through the tariff for anyone to pay. And since ECG has the PPAs, we accrue the cost of power purchase in our books. So that has been one of our biggest challenge. And thankfully, this year is a major tariff. We have presented our tariff proposal, which shows a pass-through cost, or a full pass-through cost, so that whatever we purchase will pass through the tariff to customers. That way, we will be able to reduce our losses. So that's one of our biggest challenges.
Thank you very much. But I understand what you have said. But then when you look at the infractions that you have been cited for, after going through, someone listening or watching will say, ECG does not need tariff increment, but rather efficient management of the resources that they have. That is what someone will say after fractions that are cited by the Auditor General. Someone or the ordinary citizen will say that if all these funds are managed efficiently, we would not have to increase tariff like it is being increased now. So maybe we should take note of that. But then lastly, I want to advise the CEO, is there nothing we can do to stop this huge exchange rate losses, as in agreeing with your bankers that consistently you transfer monies to the IPP, so that when you have some amount of money in your accounts and the rates are favorable, you can buy and hold till you are ready for payment. Because it's worrying that we see the 8.3 billion exchange rate loss, irrespective of the shifts in this. You can still manage it in a way that I believe will help reduce it. And so I know you are doing it, but maybe I know if you are not doing it, then please go ahead but if you are doing it too, then please negotiate properly, because any bank would love to have you as a customer looking at the huge amounts of monies that you generate in a year. I think I'm done with my accounts.
Thank you very much. Now let's go to management issues. And head office, expenditure in excess of approved budget. It's extremely worrying. Now, before I refer you to the Attorney General for prosecution, let's go through some of these items. There were 13 items in your budget that you exceeded without any approval of the board. So let's go through these. You said you have foreign training of 31 million, but you spent 91 million. Why? And who approved that?
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. We will not try to justify the infractions. We we accept that we overstepped our boundaries. I think the most important thing is that we have put in place measures to control expenditure, to make sure that we stay within the budget.
You are the CEO, right?
Yes, sir.
This happened in 2023.
Yes.
This happened in 2023. And just like Honorable Abnao Siasari said, it's the way that you guys spend money at ECG. Another one, you said cleaning expenses. 2.8 million, that was your budget. But ECG spent 10.4. How many suits did you clean for that? Now, honorarium expenses, 3.8, but you spent 4.6. Hotel expenses, 9.3 million was your budget, but you spent 12.2. Staff fuel. Hey, did they drive around the world? Budget was 2.8, and you spent 3.6 million. Communication expenses, ECG. Your budget was 4.2, but you spent 7.9 million. Consultancy, budget was 40 million, but you spent 58.6 million. All these you did it on your own without even board approval. Industrial relations, your budget was 2 million, but you spent 13 million. Stakeholders' expenses, your budget was 3.1 million, and you spent 49 million. And you want to increase our tariffs. Publicity, your budget was 5.7, and you spent 21.8 million. Professional fees and subscription, you are supposed to spend 731,000 cedis, and you spent 1.5 million. Overseas travel expenses, you are supposed to spend 14 million, and you spent 29.8 million. Call center expenses, you are supposed to spend 23.5 million, you spent 29.3 million. So budget approval was for 144 million, you spent 333 million. That's excess of 189.2 million. This shows financial indiscipline. And the recommendation over here is that sanctions under Section 96 of the Public Financial Management Act 216, Act 921, should be applied to the officers involved. We also urge management to efficiently monitor and control the company's expenses. CEO, those managers who were involved, I'm recommending that they need to face the Attorney General for prosecution. It's just simple and short. You spend all this and you want to come and increase our tariffs. You owe your thing. Now let's go to the next one. This is an unremitted withholding tax of 70.9 million. What has happened to this amount? By the way, auditors, note about sending them for prosecution, and clerk, keep us informed on it also. What about withholding tax of 70 million?
Madam Chairperson, subsequent to the audit finding, ECG has paid in 5 installments 35,934,131.49 of the amount not remitted.
Sir, what is the law on withholding of taxes? What is the law? When you withhold taxes, how long should you have in your account before you pay to Ghana Revenue Authority?
I think 14 days.
14 days.
Yes.
And now we have 70.9 million. And say, how much have you paid?
35.9 million.
I think this is another one for Attorney General to deal with you. So, clerk and then our auditors, let's make sure they face the Attorney General on that one. Let's move on to the next one, please. Paragraph 158.
He said,
Honorable Enim, you may want to take paragraph 158.
Thank you, Chair. So this infraction has to do with underpayments of revenue collected to SOEs and IPPs to the tune of 1,292,171,000. So the auditors reviewed the cash waterfall mechanism report and noted that ECG declared total revenue of 8,637,759, but paid only 7,345,588,000 to the various states-owned enterprises and independent power producing companies, leaving a balance of 1,292,171 undisbursed. So the auditors recommended to management to desist from this practice and ensure that revenue collected are distributed equitably based on the revised cash waterfall mechanism model. And they also further recommended that the head of ECG should be held liable for the remaining balance of 1,292,000. MD, can you tell us what has happened to the situation? What has happened to the amount? What has happened to the officer in question?
Madam Chair, I can say that from February 2025, ECG has not withheld a parcel out of the allocation from the cash waterfall. We have paid all. So, okay. Madam Chair, I can say that from February this year, when I took over, we have paid every parcel we collected into the collection account, and the cash waterfall mechanism committee allocates the funds. The allocation is approved by the Energy Security Committee, chaired by the Chief of Staff, and we have paid all the allocations made to each entity. So we have complied fully with the cash waterfall mechanism. Okay.
That's the first aspect of the recommendation. The second aspect, what has happened to the 1.2 billion?
We're still carrying that as debt, outstanding debt.
MD, I think I will leave it with Chair to give his ruling, because 1.2 billion is such a huge 1.29, almost 1.3 billion. So, Chair, we are in your hands.
What happened to this amount? This 1.29 billion, what happened to that amount?
Madam Chair, ECG used it But we're not saying that withholding it is justified, but ECG used it.
Use it for what? Wasn't that supposed to be shared with the SOEs and IPPs?
Madam Chair, the power we buy, if ECG were operating 100% efficient, no losses, the power we buy is still higher than our revenue. The cost of the power is still higher than our revenue. So I can say that even now that we are complying with the cash water fall mechanism, we are not able to pay for the full cost of the power.
I can understand that. That you are buying ECG higher than you are selling to us. I can understand that. But if you should use the resources for anything other than what the law stipulates, do you just do it on your own or you ask for permission?
That's exactly why we have decided full compliance with the cash water fall mechanism. So the decision is not made by ECG whether to pay or not to pay. We are complying.
So, respectfully, can you tell us what the 1.292 billion was spent on? Because you said ECG used it. So can you tell us exactly what the 1.292 billion was spent on?
Madam Chair, some of them were used to pay our contractors. Some of them were used to pay for liquid fuel, buying liquid fuel for generation, and other creditors.
Buying liquid fuel for generation.
For power generation.
But I know Ministry of Finance was also paying for liquid fuel for power generation.
Not always. ECG pays sometimes.
Yes, but Ministry of Finance also paid some.
Yes.
And so when you are saying you used parts to buy fuel, you used parts to also do, you said something?
Pay contractors.
Pay contractors. Contractors that were on your procurement plan for the particular year?
Yes, madam.
So then if you have contractors that you had to pay in a particular year and you didn't have funds, you are saying, you are confirming to all and sundry that the contractors you paid were on your procurement plan for the year 2023, yet you did not have money. But what does the law say? That you don't spend monies that you don't have. So that if you are supposed to pay contractors, as you claim that they were on your procurement plan for the year 2023, and you did not have money, why did you dip your hand into the cash waterfall mechanism that is specifically supposed to be used to pay the IPPs and other firms in that space, and then you used it to pay contractors? Clearly, you have flouted the law.
Yes,
so
madam.
when the auditors came, why did you not show them all the expenditure you had made on the 1.29 billion? Because the auditors are saying that they did not have a view of that. And so we should find out from management.
Madam Chair, we did. We provided the supporting evidence to them.
Auditors,
Subsequent to the audit.
subsequent to the audit, yes, and not when they were there. So auditors, can you confirm whether some were used to pay contractors, some were used to pay for liquid fuel, and the other items that has been mentioned here?
Yes, Honorable Chair, when you look at their response, they indicated what they used the amount for, and they subsequently provided supporting documents to that effect.
Thank you, but it is still a breach. Mr. CEO, you agree with me? So that
Yes.
is why I say painfully that looking at all the infractions that you have been cited here for and the quantum of money involved, if we should manage the resources we have efficiently, I don't think that we should look at tariff increments per the quarterly arrangements that you have put in place. You can shake your head, but the citizens of Ghana are also saying that look at the quantum involved. If we use these monies efficiently, we can adjust and help support the difference in what you buy and how much we pay for. But quarterly increments of tariffs with all these infractions, something doesn't sit well. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, thank you so much. In terms of the quarterly increment, it is not necessarily quarterly increment. There is always a review based on the, even with the IMF agreement, a review. So a review can always, a review should be either up, down, or what it is. So I think that is what we are currently sticking to. So it's not like on a quarterly basis, automatically we have to increase. So that is what, but
Minister,
I think that
only
with
time
the,
will tell.
no, but I think with what you are, the inefficiencies that has been pointed out now, it is something that we have to look at it critically and try to avoid it, or as much as possible, we should avoid it. Currently, we, in terms of the ministry, for instance, quarterly or on a monthly basis, the cash waterfall, for instance, the minister always wants to ensures that not even a cedi is retained by ECG. And I think if we should carry on with this, most of the inefficiencies that we have actually been pointed out to us will not be repeated. And when we do it said this way, there will be a quarterly review, and we may even see prices going down or tariff going down. I said, we may. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. The next infraction is on paragraph 168, and Honorable. It's on paragraph 163. And Honorable Abena Osaya Sir will take care of that one.
Thank you. There's an under-declaration of revenue collected. According to the audit service, you collected a revenue of 11.59 billion Ghana cedis, and you declared 8.637 billion Ghana cedis. There's a difference of 2.95 billion Ghana cedis that you failed to declare. So you see what I'm talking about. CEO, a difference of 2.953 billion that was not declared, even though that was collected. And per regulations, 47 of the PFM regulations, you have fallen foul of the law by failing to disclose. Please tell us the current status of this undeclared amount of 2.9 billion Ghana cedis.
Madam Chair, we have tried to respond to that. We under-declared, and we don't justify that. We have corrected that action. Okay. So right now, all our collections are transparent. In fact, Madam Chair, all my collections go into an account that is monitored by the CEO of PURC and the Minister for Energy and Green Transition. So there's no way we can hide our collections anymore.
So, CEO, the underdeclared revenue of almost 3 billion and the underpaid revenue of almost 1.3 billion, that alone gives us 4.3 billion Ghana cedis. 4.3 billion Ghana cedis. Minister, I pray and hope that moving forward, as you said, the right thing is being done. But that notwithstanding, the 2.9 billion, what was it used for? And whatever it was used for, have you shown it to the auditors, and have the auditors cleared you of this infraction, the 2.9, almost 3 billion Ghana cedis that was not paid
We have provided evidence to the auditors what it was used for. Most of it is for projects, for loss reduction, and also, again, for fuel, and meters, energy meters we bought. So that's what it was used for.
Said most of them were for projects.
For projects.
What kind of projects, please?
Building substations and also buying meters to install to replace obsolete ones.
All these were in your procurement plans for 2023.
Madam, we exceeded the procurement plan.
Chairman, for this sitting, I'll need you to rule on this before we move to the next one. Thank you.
It's a procurement violation. And even though the auditors did not recommend any sanctions, you're already going to see the Attorney General. So we'll add this one to it. So those officers involved, they will have 3 cases to deal with the Attorney General on it. Thank you very much, ECG. The next infraction is on paragraph 168, and Honorable Gape will take care of that one, please. It's on part payment of procurement without a written contract agreement. Those that I'm recommending to me, the Attorney General, it is not the office, it's the officers who were involved at that time of the audit. So they are the ones who are going to meet the Attorney General, not the current ones sitting out here who haven't done anything wrong.
Thank you very much. This infraction.
I'm sorry? The CFO. No, those people who were there at that time of the audit. Oh, if they are here, oh, then they'll be part of it. They will see the Attorney General. You see, those people who are involved, when the Attorney General writes to them, they will go. Don't worry.
Yeah, this infraction refers to part payment of procurement without written contract agreement. The cost is about 75 million Ghana cedis. What is the status with regards to this?
Madam Chair, the contract has been signed. It was signed in March of 2024.
It was signed
in March of 2024.
That was after the audit.
That was before the audit, but the audit was from January 2023 to December 2023. So at the time, there was no contract when the payment was made.
In the first place, why will you even make a payment without even contract? There is no contract.
Let me make it easy. This is a procurement violation, and it's under Section 92 of the Public Procurement Act 2003 as 663 as amended. The recommendation is for us to sanction you. So ECG, those who are involved, signing, paying 75 million Ghana cedis without a contract, you are going to meet the Attorney General. So, clerk, have it out there. This is 4 infractions that they're going to meet the Attorney General. Thank you. Let's move to the next one, please. And it's paragraph 175. Honorable Akwesi Kwenedu will take care of that one.
Chairman, thank you very much. This infraction has to do with a single source procurement that ECG made. They made that with the argument or the excuse that they are a state-owned enterprise converted into a company and therefore not subject to the PPA regulations and procurement process. That's what you told the auditors, per the audit report that we have in front of us. But the auditors disagreed with you and said once you take tariffs sanctioned by the state as IGF, it becomes state funds, and therefore you must be subject to the PPA arrangement in terms of procurement. And even with that, your own manual for procurement talks about competitive tendering and selection. To them, you did not go by any of these, and you went ahead and single-sourced a procurement service. And they recommend, Chairman, Section 92, because it's a procurement infraction, and therefore I'll revert to you to be part of the infractions as so directed to the Auditor General, Attorney General.
So, this was a single source procurement to, what's the name, Hubtel Limited. And you didn't go through the procurement processes. And the recommendation is that sanctions under Section 92 of the Public Procurement Act 2003, Act 663 as amended, should be applied to the officers involved. We also recommended that management should always adhere to the provisions in the Procurement Act stated above in all of these procurement activities. And again, auditors and clerk, you add this one to the issues they are going to answer to the Attorney General on it. This is a major violation, and those involved should face the law. Thank you very much. The next one is on paragraph 182, and Honorable Day will take care of it.
Thank you, Chair. This infraction, it's linked to 2 major things. First, source deduction of service fees done by Hubtel for service rendered to ECG. And then the second one, also what we call project legacy costs inherited by ECG. Now, the issue has to do with Hubtel company providing collection services for ECG. And in the year 2024, a total amount of 10.34 billion Ghana cedis was deemed to have been collected by Hubtel, for which Hubtel charged a fee of 148.9 million Ghana cedis. The issue is 2023, I'm sorry, Chair. Thanks for the correction. And this, the above condition is deemed to have affected the company's ability to independently verify the total revenue collected, because Hubtel deducted the amount upfront before remitting what they have collected. And this commission charges, which was collected or deducted upfront, may affect transparency and accountability in revenue collection and reporting. Now, the auditors made 2 very significant recommendations. One, that management ensures that all revenue collections are deposited in gross into a designated bank account before payments of commissions are made to the service provider. Number two, the auditors also recommended that further management was urged to ensure that Haptel Limited sends monthly billings of fees charged on revenue collections before payments are made to the service provider. Now, this is to ensure that it provides an audit trail for revenue collections. My first question is, what is the status of implementation of this recommendation? Then let me just ask the second one so you put all together. The second one has to do with unjustified project legacy cost. In reviewing the account, it was realized that a total amount of 101.1 million Ghana cedis was deemed to be recorded on the books of ECG as legacy cost. And this arose from some unexplained costs that were recorded on the books of ECG. Now, this is what the recommendation, or this is the recommendation of the auditors. There was no, and I read in verbatim, we review the contract agreement between ECG and Haptel for provision of a digital payment platform service provided, dated 20th March, and noted that ECG was to pay Haptel a total amount of 101,105,243 Ghana cedis, 98 pesos, in respect of service fees for transactions processed from the 1st of November 2022 to the 31st of December 2023. However, management did not provide the basis of the amount owed and the details of the transactions from which the cost was derived. The above situation undermined transparency and could lead to payment for no work done and deprive the company the needed funds for other activities. The recommendation of the auditors, they recommended disallowance of the purported legacy debt of 101.1 million Ghana cedis. Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, these are the issues that ECG has to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What we call commission is not really commission, is the fee that ECG pays to Haptel for providing the payment platform for us to collect money. So customers want to buy electricity, they use their mobile money, and they pay us through the Haptel platform, and it comes to us. So the fee for providing the service is what we are calling commission. Truly, it's not that Haptel collects the money for us and then we pay a commission, or provide a service and we pay a commission. No, it's just the service fee. We have problems with working with this, with the directive, that it should be, they should settle as gross. And we have giving this to our lawyers. In fact, we just engaged a lawyer to help us to review all our contracts, our major contracts. And HAPTEL contract is one of them, so that we can align all our contracts to applicable law. I said we've had problem because the PFM Act requires that we collect the money at gross, and that HAPTEL settles us at gross. For HAPTEL to settle us at gross, they will need to pay mobile money, the MOMO fee that MTN or Telecel will collect. Those who pay with Visa card, they will need to pay those people on our behalf and then give us an invoice. Then we pay them before they go and pay the mobile money companies and the card providers. So it means that we will have to pay additional. But the Payment Services Act, which was passed in 2019, that is regulated by the Bank of Ghana, allows them to deduct the money as source. So we want to reconcile this together with our auditors, and we have engaged a lawyer to help us to do this. We want to be compliant with the law, and we have started that process. In terms of the legacy costs, we have engaged HAPTEL to provide us with the evidence. We've been working on this for some time. We only received the documents from them, the data from them yesterday. We have not reviewed it yet, and to see that it is accurate. We have not done that yet. Mr. Chair, I want to confirm here that we have not paid HAPTEL for this service, and we will not pay until we have reviewed it and are satisfied that they have earned this money.
But, I mean, HAPTEL issue is something that I've already referred to the Attorney General. So your lawyers, our auditors over here, when we get to court, then you guys resolve all those things. You see, you did it as single source. Was the board involved in approving this thing?
Yes.
If the board was involved, they will also be in court to explain why they approved this single source thing. The board should be added to it. When the Attorney General gets it, they will call the board also. So, sir, this is out of our hands.
And
Just
Mr.
let's
Chair,
move
I
on.
just want to add that we have negotiated the rate, the fee that HAPTEL charges for us, and we have reduced that from 3% to 1.6%.
Okay,
we are
sir.
still working to see whether we can have further gains.
Sir, the simple thing is, let's do the right thing. Some of us, when we get into office, we feel so big that we want to do whatever we want. Forget about the law. And then when there's a problem, then we are caught with our shoes off. The next infraction is on paragraph 193, and Honorable Eleplem will take care of that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you please tell the committee and Ghanaians watching us how our taxpayers' money worth 5,144,246 was used to purchase 6,096 units of prepaid meters that have been abandoned. Meanwhile, new meters continue to be procured and issued under the loss reduction program? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we started implementing the BXC project sometime in 2007, thereabout. The meters we installed those days, we needed to keep spares for replacement. So these meters were spares that were kept so that if any customer reported a faulty meter, we could go in and replace them. Over the period, technology has changed. So we've moved now to new and better meters. And let me also say that the prepaid meters, ECG didn't start using prepaid meters till 2005, thereabout. So it was a new technology for us. Okay. So technology has moved on, and we are now using MMS meters. And those spares we kept. Apparently, we kept too many of them, so we have not used them. We have received a report. We commissioned an evaluation of the stock, and the conclusion is that they are obsolete and we should not use them, and we cannot use them. Okay.
Mr. Chair, can you bring the corporates to book, because they have caused financial loss to the state? So if you can add their names to the Attorney General. Thank you.
So the 5.1 million Ghana cedis meters that you purchased is obsolete now.
Mr. Chair, it was not 5.1 that we purchased. We purchased a lot, and we installed a lot, the majority of them. These were spares, additional meters. So the value was much more than this, but they were used. And the
They were
5.1,
used.
yes, they were used.
Now, if these ones are obsolete, does it mean that the ones that you gave to customers are also obsolete?
Yes, and we are replacing them.
And you are replacing them?
Yes.
Would there be any cost to the customer?
No, when we replace an existing meter, we don't charge anything to the customer.
Sir, I wish you could have something called secret shoppers. I wish you could have something called secret shoppers. If you could disguise yourself to go to ECG and tell them you need a meter, you will find out whether they are charging them or not charging them. The next infraction is on paragraph 198, and Honorable Enim will take care of that one.
Thank you, Chair. This infraction is quite similar to the procurement breaches we've been looking at. So this had to do with payment of additional costs for items procured, and it's to the tune of $17,092,277 US. The auditors, in their review of some purchase orders, realized that ECG made a payment of $30,730,260 US to various local suppliers for items which could have been purchased or procured from the original manufacturers at a cost of $13,637,983 US. The interesting part of it is that when these items arrived, ECG themselves had to now pay for duties and demurrage after paying these monies to these local suppliers. And it's quite interesting. It's a tall list of local companies. And here the auditors try to do an analysis of how much it would have cost us if we had bought from the original source, whereas ECG decided to pay to these local contractors. And for some of them, Mr. Chair, it's quite interesting that for something that we could have purchased for just $643,000 US, we purchased from a local supplier for $2,073,000. That's the additional cost alone is $1,430,000. For another item which we could have purchased for $1.4 million, we purchased from a local supplier $3.7 million. Additional cost of $2,211,000, and a number of them. So the auditor's recommendation was in two folds. One, that going forward, ECG deals directly with these original manufacturers, and the second one is to apply the sanctions per Section 92 of the Public Procurement Act. ECG, first I would like to find out what you have done on the first recommendation, and two, steps you have taken on the second recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that this happened because most of these things were sole sourced. And we have changed from that. We are applying the Public Procurement Act. We have started competitive procurement. I must say, though, that not every manufacturer of the materials and equipment we used is interested in supplying directly to us. We have suppliers here who reach out to them and take on the risk of doing business in Ghana. And so not everyone manufacturer wants to supply to us. The cure to that is competitive procurement. Now, when you advertise the opportunity, if the manufacturer is interested, they will participate in the bid. If a supplier wants to be a middleman and is interested, they will also participate in the bid. But at the end of the day, you get the best price out of the competition. And that's what we've decided to do. And if you've been monitoring the newspapers, we've advertised some of the opportunities in the newspapers. So it's competitive procurement using the Public Procurement Act.
Mr. MD, before maybe you go to the second, how you've dealt with the second recommendation, I want to understand something here. Do you know the rationale behind ECG themselves paying the duties and the demurrage for these items when we could have gone there ourselves to purchase? But now we give it to a local contractor who, in practice, should just deliver to ECG office. But now we pay duty and demurrage on these same items. And can you also tell the committee how much duty was paid for all these items?
Mr. Chair, when you procure items, the price you pay depends on the risk that you are passing on to the supplier or the manufacturer. So the price is a measure of risk allocation. And when you are importing goods, you have the Incoterms that define how much risk is passed on to the supplier and therefore what the responsibility of the supplier is. When the more risk you pass on, the higher the price. So ECG, because we are big and we import a lot of things, we have a shipping department that is licensed to clear goods. So we can do that ourselves because we are big and we import a lot of things. So we try to reduce the price by taking on some of the responsibilities. Okay.
MD, I want you to stop there. So we are looking at the risk in ECG procuring directly from the original suppliers as against us procuring from a local manufacturer. But here we are looking at the additional cost. Can we say that 1,430,400,000, which was an additional cost per one of the orders, was the risk we're paying for? And then we now go ahead and pay for duty and demurrage on these same items. So if we are looking at cost basis, something we could have gotten 643,000, we decide to buy at 2,073,000, and we still go ahead and pay duties, clear them, and this is still a cost-effective way of procuring items.
Mr. Chair, I did not justify the price. I tried to explain why sometimes we choose to clear the goods ourselves. But the price matter, I dealt with it in terms of competitive procurement. Okay.
Thank you, MD. So, MD, my last question would be, how have you dealt with these officers that were involved per Section 92 of the Procurement Act?
Mr. Chair, most of the officers are no longer with us, so we would depend on your guidance here.
Okay, Chair, I think we are in your hands now.
Thank you very much, sir. If you read paragraph 201 of this offense, the auditors are saying that the above situation resulted in a loss of 17 million US dollars, which could have been used to offset power producers' liability under the cash waterfall mechanism. The 17 million was excess that we paid. Now, the auditor's recommendation, we recommend to management of ECG to deal directly with the original manufacturers, local and foreign, and desist from splitting procurement orders to local suppliers to safeguard the financial resources of the state. We further recommended that the officers whose actions or inactions cause the infraction should be sanctioned in accordance with Section 92 of the Public Procurement Act. Now, just to let you know, I have a copy of the Public Procurement Act. So the offenses relating to procurement. 1, any person who contravenes any provision of this act commits an offense, and where no penalty has been provided for the offense, the person is liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding 1,000 penalty units, or a term of imprisonment not exceeding 5 years, or both. Auditors, what is a penalty unit? How much is a penalty unit? I think probably.
Honorable Chair, I think the last time I checked, I have to be sure, but I think it was 12 cities.
12
So when you
cities.
multiply it.
Okay. So okay, thank you very much. So 1,000 penalty unit. 2, the following shall also constitute offenses under this act: entering or attempting to enter into a conclusive agreement, whether enforceable or not, with any other supplier or contractor where the prices quoted in their respective tenders, proposals, or quotations are or would be higher than would have been the case has there not been collusion between the persons concerned. B, directly or indirectly influencing in any manner or attempting to influence in any manner the procurement process to obtain an unfair advantage in the award of the procurement contract. C, altering any procurement document with intent to influence the outcome of a tender process, and this includes but is not limited to: A, forged arithmetic correction, or B, insertion of documents such as bid security or tax clearance certificate which were not submitted at bid opening, and D, request for clarification in a manner not permitted under this act. We are working with Auditor General, and they have recommended we sanction you under Section 92. So this case also goes to the Attorney General for prosecution. ECG, you are setting a record over here. You see, management response at the time of audit was, management responded that they would consider the recommendations to deal directly with foreign manufacturers. Does it take an auditor to come and tell you that, hey, do it this way, before you do it that way? Hey, I bet if you gave your money to somebody in your office, go and buy me a watch, you gave the person 20 cedis, and the person came back and said, I couldn't buy a watch because it was too expensive. You would sit down and ask the person, hey, how much was a fish? How much was a wole? How much was the egg? Before you give an additional money. But Abansika, $17 million. So you go to court. The next infraction is on paragraph 204. And Honorable Digaf Pato will take that one.
Thank you, Chair. MD, this infraction is about an abandoned renovation project that from September 25th, 2017 to May 2018, which is 8 months duration, that project should have been completed. A renovation work at Tema Regional Office, which was awarded to Premier Innovative Limited. And the total sum cost 1,453,555, and then 1,248,787 was the total amount accrued. And then out of this, 1,114,000 cedis were paid to the contractor. As at the time of the audit, the project has not been completed. And so the auditors recommended that you put expedite action to make sure that this project is completed for you. So I want to know, how far have you done with this? And number two, has the project been completed and put to proper use? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to say that the project has not yet been completed. The project delayed essentially because they were working while we still needed the office. So it slowed down the work, and prices escalated, and the contractor couldn't do the work. We have repackaged the project, and we are about to award it to a contractor to complete.
Chair, if I heard him right, he told the committee that the project has been repackaged and then will be re-awarded to the same contractor or a different contractor. And after repackaging, how much was the cost as at now?
So we had a tender. We had a tender among 5 contractors to do it. So it was not the same contractor that won the project. But they could not be awarded before we came in, the new management came in. And we think that we should go by the Public Procurement Act to now do public procurement, competitive procurement, repackage it, and send. So we started that process. The estimated cost now is about 5.4 million Ghana cedis.
Chair, there's something. 1.4 million now to 5 points. I leave it to you.
Yeah, so the original contract was 1.4 million. You paid 1.1 out of it. And then they revised it to 2.4 million. And so it's now it's 5.4 million. But the work was 75% completed at that time.
Mr. Chair, when we went in, we realized that some of the work that had been done has deteriorated further. The building has deteriorated further. This was 6 years ago. And you're not using the facility, it deteriorates. So that's the tragedy.
What was the main reason for the contractor not completing it? What was the main reason? Or what is the real reason?
It's a combination of delays occasioned by, let me say, us, and also by the contractor us because we didn't hand over a free building to the contractor. And then prices also escalated, so the contractor couldn't complete the work at the price, at the current, the then price. So it's a combination of factors.
At the time of the contract, didn't you know that you had to leave the building alone for the contractor to do his work?
Yeah, if we were doing that today, we will not do the same thing. We will not do it the same way.
I'm sorry?
So if we are doing that work today, we will not do it the same way we did it 6 years ago.
So this time you kick everybody out of the building.
So what we've done is to move, right now, no one can use the building, so they are in the canteen.
Good.
Okay. So we need the building ASAP, and we will make provision for that, providing temporal containers for people to work while the building is free for the contractor to work.
Let me move to the next infraction, ACG. The next infraction is on paragraph 209, and Honorable Cletus will take care of that one.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, this infraction has to do with items purchased not accounted for to the tune of 4,544,503 Ghana cedis. Chairman, items were purchased in the following offices: Accra East, Accra West, Ashanti West, and Ashanti East, to the amount that I mentioned earlier. And these items could not be traced. We are talking these items including vehicles and Samsung tablets, 100 of them, to the amount I mentioned. ECG failed to support the payment advice with store receipt advice. So you have the tables below. So what I want to ask is that can you confirm, because the auditors are saying that we could not ascertain the receipt, movement, and the usage of the items. This indicates lack of transparency for utilization of the funds and could lead to inventory mismanagement. So the question I want to ask is, where are these items? Where are these items? That's my first question. And they also demanded distribution lists. The auditors demanded distribution lists for the 100 tablets procured.
Chair, at the time of the audit, these items were not passed through our store system, but subsequent to that, the items were passed through the store system and necessary documents have been firmed up with it. Then as to where the materials are, in fact, the materials originally were delivered directly to the user units, and that's why we had the challenge. So the materials were delivered to the units or persons that were going to use it.
Let me, ECG, when we respond to infractions like this and the public are hearing, they will not take us serious. When we respond to infractions like this, you see, you procure items, and the items came to your unit, and they were not recorded. So who received the items? When you procure items, it ended up, it is the stores. It ends up at the stores. So if the stores have not received the item, where were the items sitting? And the items, you said the items were with your officers at the various units, and yet they were not in the hands of the stores. So where were these items at the time the audit was taking place? Where were the items? You see, you gave explanation, but I'm just worried that the public and all of us are not proud about the discussions around this platform. It's not good. Nobody will manage your own company like this. Nobody. All of us sitting here. Nobody will do that. So let's at least. So, Chairman, that's why the last time Honorable Montaka came here, he said that he wished that those who usually take these actions should be summoned, not my friend the MD who has just been appointed and he's here answering all the questions. You know. So Chairman, I'll leave it to you, but I'm not impressed about the responses, particularly what the auditors have captured. It's bad. Everybody, we all know procurement. When you procure items, it ends up at the stores. And the auditors can testify that they were not in the store ledgers. The items were there, but they were not in the store ledgers. It means there was something fishy. There's something fishy. Otherwise, every item procured ends up at the stores. Thank you. Chairman, I'll leave it to you. But it's unfortunate my friend is on the hot seat. The former MD should have been here.
Have those items been identified now?
The auditors can confirm or otherwise.
Yeah.
Yes, and the list has been provided to the auditors.
I need to find out from the auditors if what you are telling us is okay. Auditors, could you confirm, please?
Yes, Honorable Chair. So subsequently, they provided the SRS and the distribution list to attest to the fact that these items were received and duly distributed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next infraction is on paragraph 215, and Honorable Frankie Eboa will take care of that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This borders on non-competitive procurement to the tune of 2 million Ghana cedis. So I'm sure this one to be added to the list that will be sent to the Attorney General. But my worry is that there seems to be some kind of outstanding misunderstanding between ECG and the auditors. ECG, the auditors are saying that ECG, you come under a public procurement authority, and for that matter, you are under the Public Procurement Act, Act 663 as amended. ECG is saying that they are not under PPA. So I just want to get understanding so that we know, moving forward, we know where we stand. So MD, what is the status now?
Mr. Chair, there has been a lot of legal discussions around ECG's compliance with the PPA Act, whether ECG is covered by the Act or not. There has been some Supreme Court decisions cited and other appeal court decisions cited to support the contention that ECG is not covered, but only to the extent that it's using public funds. People have raised the questions, what is public funds? When we collect tariff, is it public funds? The issue is we've passed that point because the minister and the board and management have all decided that we should use the Public Procurement Act. Okay. Unless there's a substantive decision, court decision on the ruling, we will comply with the Act. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So the matter is settled for now. There's a test case. In the earlier answer you gave in respect of the abandoned project, you said that you are repackaging the project and award it to a contractor who can do the work. You mentioned that 5 contractors were invited. So did you use the Public Procurement Act in this particular procurement?
Mr. Chair, the Public Procurement Act allows for restrictive tendering, but you need to seek permission, approval to engage in restrictive tendering, and we did not. So we ruled that we did not comply, and that's why we have decided to re-tender the work.
What have you done so far in respect of the retender? I just want to test what you said in respect of you complying with the act. So if what you're doing now is in compliance with the PPA or the Public Procurement Act, Act 663, then we will know that you're compliant. Then that will be, then the case is closed. So what actually are you doing in respect of repackaging this particular contract?
Mr. Chair, that tender was conducted and concluded in October 2024. The contract was not signed before we came in, and we decided we will not sign it. We've applied to the Public Procurement Authority. They will not give us any approval on anything yet until we receive the commitment authorization from the Finance Minister. We have applied for that through the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition. They have forwarded that application to the ministry. We are waiting for authorization.
Well done, thank you. So finally, what was the content of the application you're seeking at PPA? Is it a restricted single source or what?
We have a number of requests that were sent to them. In this,
let's restrict ourselves to
this
particular one. Yeah, I mean just this one, not
no, for this
the
particular
rest.
one, we haven't sent any request to them yet because the ones we sent earlier, they have told us they will not give us any approval until we have the procurement commitment authorization. So we've held on.
So in effect, the abandoned project remains abandoned for now?
For now, today, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
ECG, the recommendation is that sanctions under Section 92 of the Public Procurement Act 2003, Act 663 as amended, should be applied to the officers involved. We also recommended that the management should always adhere to the provisions of the Procurement Act. And management's response was, yeah, we collect money from government, but hey, we are not, we are on our own. I'm adding this one to the Attorney General's cases. So, Clerk, keep added to it, and auditors, note, they are going to meet the Attorney General. And all those people who were involved. Now, when it gets to Attorney General, make sure that you get the list of those who were involved, and they will make sure they get them. If they are Ghanaians, we will get them. If we've given them jobs before, we will get them. You can't create all this mess over here and then ask us to pay additional tariffs. No way.
MD, this internally generated manual, the manual you've prepared internally, have you started using it or you haven't started?
It was approved last year by the board.
Board of ECG or PPA?
Sorry, ECG's board. Because at the time, the contention was that we were not covered by the Act. Now that we've decided to go by the Act, our manual is irrelevant because the only document the board of the authority recognizes is the Act. So the manual is no longer applicable.
Oh, so that's it. Thank you. That's it. That's fine. Thank you.
Chairman, I just want to reiterate the point that there is a lot of rots in ECG. And then, Managing Director and the Minister, what strategies or measures are you putting in place to curb this gargantuan rot and and stealing and corruption at the ECG. It's becoming too much. And then one public interest question. Ghanaians want me to ask you, the ECG boss, some private citizens have written to ECG demanding that the lands and houses of some of the substations being relocated. Your substations need to be relocated, and these were substation at the cantonment, the Vanguard High in cantonment. What are you doing about that? Are you relocating? What are you doing to protect those land? And also, where is always Dumso in Keta Enclave and Denu area, always?
Because he doesn't like you.
Every day, I have to be calling the minister. There is Keta Enclave and Denu always light off. What is happening?
Minister, is there a confirmation that Dumso is back? Is Dumso back? Please.
Absolutely not.
This is quite worrying. I mean, the people of Keta cannot cater in other places. Yes. That's quite interesting.
Honorable Chair, absolutely. Dumso, we don't have it. We don't even know what Dumso is now, as far as the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition is concerned. Keta Denu has some challenges, and one, they have some technical challenges with the lines, which the ministry has actually considered. It has to do with the network line to those areas. It is on the, I'm not very technical, is it a 69 kVA, whilst now we've improved it to 161. So in their case, even when an issue happens and you go and improve the system with whichever means, the next day you see that the problem has occurred again, because once the system is improved, consumption within the area also goes up. So we have noted it, and it's part of our programs or the project that we want to undertake within next year, where we are going to look at the transmission lines from for the Eastern Corridor, which is part of it. So for now, we are only doing some remedial works, but the major work will be done within next year.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, well, it is not in Denu and his place, Keta only. Consistently for about 2 months now, and you name and it environs experience a lot of what you claim you haven't seen, the Dumso. Consistently, every weekend when I go, I sleep in the dark. So, Minister, this is something that you should look at. We don't want to do politics with it. This is an issue that needs to be addressed. Just last weekend, over the weekend, I was there. I was there on Friday, and usually it happens around 10 p.m., and then you sleep in the dark till the next day. And it's not just Etiwa East constituency. It happens in Fantiakwa South. It happens in Etiwa West. So it is not an isolated case. It's quite a number of the constituencies in the Buakwa region, and I think you should look at that. We keep calling the Tafo substation because we are told that is where we belong to, and a part of it also is in Nkoko, but consistently, sometimes it's a 24-hour thing. And so I believe that as we've had the opportunity to meet ECG and the Minister for Energy and Green Transition, we should make our case to you to see how best you can solve this problem. You claim it's something you haven't seen. It is not the Dumso you have seen, but we think that it is that, whatever you want to describe it. All we want is for you to see how best you can address this for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, we have noted that all the areas that have those issues, ECG has taken notice. And Honorable Chair, you would agree with me. I think this one, once you have brought to my attention, just as the other one you brought to my attention, and I made sure it was fully resolved, this one too, we'll make sure that we'll resolve it.
I must state that it is true that the other time we're having some serious challenges with the electricity in our districts Etiwa East District Office, and I drew your attention to it, and you fixed it for us. So I believe that just as I have drawn your attention to these things in these 3 or 4 Ebuakwa regions, you go ahead and do it again. A reset is changing everything, but I don't think that is what we are asking for. We are asking that you fix the problem. It's not about semantics, but it's about fixing the problem for us. You've done it before, and so I know you do it again. Thank you.
Yeah, madam, just to let you know, it's not Dumso, it's Dumsie.
Thank you. Thank you very much. ECGMD, so with all the procurement issues that we saw from your end, I need this clarification, and it's for the purposes for this committee's report and also for the general public. Haptel and their mobilization office at your end, has it helped?
Thank you, Madam Chair. ECG has moved to cashless, and we will not go back. So the concept is a good one, and we should all support it. In fact, because of that, most customers today, in the comfort of their bedroom, 2 a.m., you can buy your power, okay? And we are not going back. And we are deepening that, moving, transforming our operations. We're implementing an ERP that, we've been talking about transparency. We are improving that. Internal transparency, the way we work, we're changing that. And it's because we are in the age of AI. We can use technology to improve how we work and to improve our accountability. So we're seriously pursuing that. So we are not going back to the old days. Okay.
Well, thank you for this honesty. And I ask because this is an indigenous Ghanaian IT firm doing excellently well in the market. And it's important that we try as much as possible to protect them. So once they are doing a good work, continue to refine what the services that they provide for you so that we can protect our own. Thank you very much.
You haven't heard,
No, with Transformer.
Okay,
with the, yes. But before then, with the Haptel issue, the MD has indicated the concept is good. It is just the process in which they were put on, they were actually enrolled, which wasn't done right. But even with currently, their rates have been negotiated. And I think that if we should follow up with it, it will help us. Thank you.
So we can have something that is good for us, but we can also question the price. Okay. Thank you.
The question about moving a transformer. Yes.
The land. Sorry. Mr. Chair, my Director of Operations just confirmed that it has come to our notice, so we will work on it. But let me also say that demand in Ghana is growing, and especially in Accra. And we will need land, and we need space to reinforce our network to supply every customer. We will need to put our equipment somewhere. So we need to work with the public, or we will need the public to work with us so we can provide reliable, consistent power to supply our industries and businesses. Okay.
ECG, you are discharged.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, Madam, sir, hold on for a minute. There's another question that I missed.
Yeah, few months ago, there was this issue in circulation alleging that about 1,300 plus containers containing cables were missing or were detected missing from your outfit. How true is that issue?
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure that report is correct. Not from our outfit. I think the honorable member is referring to the report that the committee set up by the Minister for Energy and Green Transition could not trace a certain number of containers, 1,300, not from our outfit, but from the ports. Okay, I just want to clarify that. And subsequent to that report, we have worked with the port authorities and with national security and with the ministry, and we have traced all the containers. And we have also shared that report with the public, that all the containers have been traced. I gave an analogy the last time, and I will try to do that again. That if I put 2,000 Ghana cedis on my wardrobe, and I go out, and I come back, and I find that it's only 1,000 that is there, I will say that I'm missing 1,000 Ghana cedis. But if my wife comes back home and said, oh, I took your money when I was going to the market, then I have found my 1,000 that I said was missing. So we couldn't trace the containers, and later we set up a committee and we found the containers. Okay, so we didn't say it was stolen. We couldn't trace them. Thank you.
So
just to add to it, I think this question, currently there's a committee that is ensuring the evacuation of all the identified containers. And I happen to chair that committee. So we are in the process of evacuating the identified containers. The truth is that where the containers were to be located, which the committee reported as cannot trace it, we've seen some of the containers, but at different terminals. So just as he said, if the container was to be at maybe, is it Aviance, and it is seen in a different terminal, we can at this point say that you have it missing. It's been found, but initially, when it was reported, they were not being located. But now, because they have to do another audit with the support of the Ghana Port and Harbour Authority, currently we've been able to evacuate over 1,000 containers and its items, and we are still in the process of evacuating all of them. We are working with the Ministry of Finance, the Ghana Port and Harbour Authority, the National Security, the Police Service, and all other relevant agencies to make sure that those that we have, and then ECG itself, those that we've identified, we should be able to send them to a location where, at the end of the day, we are yet to come out. Officially, we'll come out and with a report when we are done with evacuation. Thank you.
Please, what measure are you putting in place to ensure that this doesn't reoccur?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the question was, why will we import things that we needed, and the things arrive at the ports and we will not clear them? We have changed that. So every month we set money aside. We know the containers that we are expecting to arrive. We make provision when they arrive. Within the 14 days allowed, we take them out. That's what we're doing now. Every month, we don't have a lot of money, we're cash strapped, but it's cheaper for us to borrow money to clear the goods than leave them at the port. The demurrage is much higher than the interest we will pay. Thank you.
In addition, the ministry have also applied that ECG should only order for items that they need. in the past, we realized that there were over procurement, and some of the items that they procured at that point was not needed. So they also didn't see the need to immediately even evacuate them from the port. So now it is need-based. You only order for what you need. And with the Ministry of Finance, is a commitment authorization, I think that is also going to help to check the procurement processes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Minister, you and your team, you are discharged.
Thank you very much.
Now, we're calling Bui Power. Minister, you are not discharged. It's ECG. Okay. Now, Bui Power. Okay, Bui Power, have you taken the oath, please? Okay, Bui Power, could you introduce yourself to the committee, please? We are still live on television, so please.
I am Engineer Kowedu Akosam, the acting CEO of Bui Power Authority.
My name is Eric Sam. I'm the finance director. My name is Franklin Nana Adai, head of legal.
I am Harrison Kweku Edifo, Deputy Director of Finance.
My name is Victoria Tabika, Head of Internal Audit.
Okay, Bui Power, we would start your infractions on paragraph 332, and Honorable Bauer will take care of that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bui Power, your infraction relates to overdue power generation bills, and the amount is frightening. 729,776,253 United States dollars. And the auditors noted that you supply power to ECG, and the amount that the ECG is supposed to pay the Bui Power Authority in terms of your receivables, consistently, every year they reduce the amount of money that they are supposed to pay. And per the agreement, they are required to pay bills to Bui Power, at least. And in 2020, for instance, they paid 57% of the invoice amount. They decreased this in 2021 to 34%. And then in 2022, they further came down to 23%. So it means that every year they were just coming down. And as of now, they owe you a total amount of 729.7 million US dollars. So the auditor's recommendation is that you should liaise with the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Energy and management of ECG to ensure that the payments are made to significantly reduce the long overdue receivables from ECG. Can you walk us through the actions that you've taken with respect to this recommendation?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Consistently, we've been engaging the Ministry of Energy and the Ministry of Finance, and also the cash waterfall mechanism team, those responsible for the cash waterfall mechanism. But as has been explained today, sometimes as an organization, you have little control over this. But the good news is that as we speak, cash waterfall collection has improved, such that this year we are recording an average of about 53%. So that is the situation today. So we hope that the economy will be good and we will keep receiving better receipts from ECG. So that's where we are. Thank you.
I keep wondering, ECG, they've left the seat. They should have been here to answer this question. I mean, because if you pay the cash waterfall mechanism, you are supposed, at least there's an arrangement that at least you are supposed to pay a certain percentage. And consistently every year you come down. Meanwhile, you are selling the power. So it's a problem. So for now, is there any arrangement that they are, you have for this year they have paid? What of the arrears? The arrears are 729.7 USD. You know, how are you getting that money?
I think somewhere last year, an arrangement was made for the Ministry of Finance to pay for certain projects we undertook. And the idea is that in a later time, it will be offset against ECG's indebtedness to us. So a little bit has been done, but we still have that large arrears with them.
So far, the projects that you undertook, how much have you paid for out of this overdue receivables?
I'll let my Director of Finance come in here.
So far, the Ministry of Finance has paid a total of 450 million USD on our behalf. And this is not in connection to only projects. It is also in relation to some other loan obligations that we are not able to pay because of the reduction from ECG receipts.
Have you brought this to the attention of the auditors?
Yes, the auditors are perfectly aware of the payment that are made on our behalf by the Ministry of Finance.
Auditors, can you confirm this?
Yes, Honorable Chair, we can confirm that.
Chairman, I think that should be all for me. I think there is now it will be a little over 300 left.
All right, thank you. I bet when ECG was here, you heard what they've been using the money for on cash waterfall. The next infraction is on paragraph 341, and Honorable Shirley Chair will take care of that one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This infraction is to do with the BPA school. So the auditors noted that you were not keeping a separate account for your school at your Bui generating site, and that all the monies were lumped up in your one account. They recommended that you set up a different account for ease of reconciliation and for the operation of the school. I would like to know if you've done this, and if so, when.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a board resolution that will be made in the next board meeting to give a resolution to the bank to go ahead with the account. So that is ongoing. That's the status.
I think this was done in 2023, right? This recommendation.
Yes, so it's been outstanding. But currently,
Yes.
it's been...
We are in 2025, November.
Yes.
Is there a reason why it's delayed till this time?
Honorable Chair, it actually went to the previous board, but they didn't have the opportunity to approve before they exited. So now it is the next board meeting. It will be tailored. It's part of the agenda, and then it will be approved.
So, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would like to leave it in your hands as to the timelines you would give them to report back to the committee on the
Thank you.
progress of this. Thank you.
Thank you. What you said was you were going to get permission from the board to open the account. Is that what you said?
Yes, previously, yes.
So you haven't opened the account?
That account has not been opened. But the new board, there's a resolution going to the new board to open the account.
What kind of resolution? Now, do you know they have to go to Control and Accountant General? Through Ministry of Finance. They get the account opened. Oh, you guys didn't know that?
Honorable Chair, the bank is saying that they need a board resolution before they can open the account.
It's Controller and Accountant General who will open the account for you.
Well noted, Honorable.
Because you can't just go and open the account. Otherwise, you open the account in your own name. But you need to go to Control and Accountant General. Because if the board gives you permission, you still can't set it up. Auditors will get you for it. Because you have to go through Control and Accountant General. Okay, let me reserve my comment. The next one is on... the next infraction is on paragraph 346. Penalty on default of buyer's credit loan of $846,785 US. We recommended that management should ensure funds are made available through budget allocation to honor the authority's loan obligations. Management response was management will continue to engage with the Ministry of Finance on this matter to ensure the outstanding loan obligations are settled. What has happened to this payment?
We still have outstanding obligations to be settled, and currently the loan is being restructured by the Ministry of Finance. And as cash waterfall improves, we have a budgetary allocation, but with the improvement of cash waterfall, we should be able to pay some of these outstanding loans per the newly structured loan.
This was supposed to have been done in May and November of 2023. And the loan is being restructured.
No. As of 2023, the loan had not been restructured. But it was difficult for B Power to pay because cash waterfall inflows wasn't too good for B Power. But the current situation is that Ministry of Finance is restructuring the loan, and B Power has also made a budgetary provision to pay the loan under the restructured loan.
What do you mean by they are restructuring the loan?
The loan payment was supposed to end in the year 2027. But as of, let's say, middle of this year, there was an outstanding of about 500 million. Yes, about 500 million plus, yes. So Exim Bank of China agreed with Ministry of Finance to extend it by another 15 years. But we are yet to get a feedback on the actual amount to be paid. But we have made a projection from the outstanding that we will set aside about $30 million every year to pay. But we are yet to get the actual amount that will be amortized for payment subsequently.
Now, Minister of Finance will have to bring it to Parliament.
Possibly so.
Anyway, that's not your issue. Okay. The next infraction is on paragraph 351, and Honorable Ahinkwa will take care of that one.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, this is about livelihood enhancement program. The BUI activities affected 816 people. And then per their act, they are supposed to settle those affected persons. And according to the auditors, 660 have been settled, and we're given some livelihood and enhancement benefits. But out of that, they have 156 persons remaining that have not been sorted. So the auditors identify this and ask them to do the needful. But my question is, what informed that decision? 660 out of the 816 have been settled, and given all their packages in terms of enhancement, why the others?
Mr. Chairman, I'll let my Director Legal take that.
Mr. Chairman, this is a process. So it's a livelihood enhancement program. So it's a process that we are rolling out. So that was the first set of people, that's the project affected persons who were catered for. Just quite recently, we have rolled out another package. And we believe that, with time, we'll be able to cater for all the project affected persons under the LEAP program.
Have you faced some kind of agitations from those that have not been given?
Mr. Chairman, not really. We have a very strong community relations team that continuously interface with these project affected persons so that immediately there are any issues, they are able to bring it to the attention of management for resolution.
But in terms of settlement, they've all been settled.
Mr. Chairman, very, very well so. They've all been settled.
Then I think you have to speed up whatever that you are doing so that they will also have their share and then stay peacefully. Because relocating somebody from his comfort zone, no matter how dilapidated the structure he's inhabiting is, he feels comfortable. Once you move the person, it brings some kind of inconvenience and whatever. So I'll plead with you to speed up your actions so that they can also be sorted. Okay? Thank you.
Sir, when it comes to livelihood enhancement or people who have been displaced, that 156 people who are quiet, don't take them for granted. Because when they've seen other people get their packages and they haven't gotten theirs, I still pray that they'll have some patience, but don't take them for granted. Hurry up and give them what they have to get. I know what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, madam. Okay, Honorable Minister, we are done with BUI Power. Is Valco Trust Fund around? Any other people?
Valco Trust Fund is here.
Okay, so then they should come then. Could you please introduce yourself to the committee?
Mr. Chair, my name is Ajo Paribiama for Head of Administration.
I'm Sapon James. Mr. Chair, I'm Sapon James, Head of Accounts and Finance.
Mohammed Gazeda Abubakar, Acting Executive Director, Valco Trust Fund.
Thank you very much for coming. Your infraction starts on paragraph 280, and Honorable Hetoje will take care of that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this has to do with unremitted taxes to the tune of 142,400. The details have been outlined here. But when the auditors contacted management, the accountant explained that the projects were ongoing and management decided to use the unremitted withholding taxes of 142,399.92 to support the payment of the projects. But the auditors didn't take it kindly with you. So they recommended that you must make sure that money was paid to GRA and evidence of payment shown accordingly. Have you done that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. A total of 85,399 Ghana cedis has been paid. And there are plans underway. By the end of the year, the fund will complete the payment of that.
Auditors, is it true that they've made such a payment?
Honorable Chair, per our last verification, they had paid 36,998.26 with a remaining balance of 105,001 cedis .74.
Mr. Chief Executive. Mr. Chief Executive.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Have you seen where the problem is? You indicated that you paid 85,000, but the auditors are saying that you paid only 36,000, left with over 100,000 to pay.
Yes.
Are you in line with the auditors, or you still maintain that you paid such a money?
We have the receipts here that will be tendered into the auditors for confirmation.
Do you still have the receipt with you now, as we speak?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Does it mean that you made an earlier payment of 36,000 and after that you did others?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What prevented you from issuing that receipt or giving that receipt to the auditors in the first place?
As at the time, that payment was not made. But later, July this year, we started making the subsequent payments to make up to this 80.
So my question is, in the past, the payment was not made. Agreed. Now that you have made the effort, why haven't you handed over the receipt to the auditors as demanded?
Mr. Chair, it is something that was inherited, and based on the auditor's advice, that was when we took these plans to clear this payment, and we were not able to tender it to the auditors before coming to this committee. And with the permission of the committee and Mr. Chairman, we'll do that after this meeting.
Oh, so it means that you don't have it here?
I have the receipts here, but because we are in process of...
Once you have it, give it to them straight away. Do that to confirm that you have paid 85,000. Mr. Chairman, they are in the process of tendering the receipt in evidence.
You are the chief executive, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, you can decide on when you want to pay the unremitted taxes. You have 15 days. Do you get paid through consolidated funds?
No, Mr. Chairman.
So those of us who get paid through consolidated funds, we need to wait till December for you to pay before we get paid. No, sir. You have 15 days to pay the rest of the amount. The next infraction is on.
Noted, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The next infraction is on paragraph 2A6, and Honorable Shirley Chair will take care of that.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This is to do with the outstanding staff indebtedness to the tune of 52,497. So 6 employees of the fund owe you guys 52,496. When the auditors raised this, and this dates back to 2021, and let's just keep in mind that this is a 2023 report. So what I know is there should have been a way of these employees paying that amount that they owe the fund within a year. But as of 2023, they had not paid. What is alarming is the management's response that you gave. You gave a response that in the case of Josephine McLomote and John Ofori-Mante, they were awaiting judgment with the National Labor Commission with regards to their redundancy, and then deductions will be made from that. The next is Evans Kankam, who is apparently currently standing trial at the Accra Circuit Court for a crime of stealing and forgery of signature. And the fund shall recover the amount. I don't know how we got this, this was undetected. I don't know what due diligence you did for someone to be forging people's signatures. I would like you to throw more light on these. And finally, Dorothy Etuya-Mensah is also suing you guys for unfair dismissal, so you are unable to recover the fund. With these 4 people, you've left out Elizabeth Simpson, who is owing you 22,000. She's owing the most. Management didn't comment on her indebtedness. Neither did management comment on Maxwell Boabin's indebtedness of over 9,000 Ghana cedis. Can you please tell the committee the responses that you gave with regards to the 4 employees? Can you give us an update on it? And the 2 that you didn't respond on, can you inform the committee on what you've done about them? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Concerning the employees, Josephine Makilomote and Joseph Mante, upon the resolution from the National Labor Commission, the amount was withheld when their benefit. The amount was withheld when we were paying their redundancy package. So that one, Josephine Makilomote and Joseph Ofori-Mante, John Ofori-Mante, sorry, amount has been paid. Concerning Mr. Boabin, it was a system error. When he was going on retirement, the amount was withheld from his provident fund, but the amount wasn't captured when they were doing the entries. So upon revisiting his redundancy package payment schedule, we found it out that the amount was withheld. So we have done the rightful deductions. But upon the 3 employees, their case is still pending, so decision hasn't been taken over them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
When you say the amount has been returned, what, have you informed the auditors?
Mr. Chair, no. So you ask your indulgence to tender it in evidence. Thank you.
And the other 2, you said you've deducted the full amount for them. Are the auditors aware?
Mr. Chair, no. So that one to also be tendered in evidence for them.
So I asked a question about what due diligence you did with Evans Kankam for him to have been forging signatures and stuff before his employment. I mean, can you throw more light on how we got ourselves into this?
Mr. Chair, Evans Kankam was employed by the previous ED, and I think that issue was also committed under the same leadership, and he was the very person that reported the case to court. I can't really tell the due diligence that was done before Evans Kankam was employed, but currently we are following the case keenly at the court to see whatever the ruling will be.
Elizabeth Simpson, you didn't comment on her. You still haven't given me any response with regards to her 22,000 indebtedness.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Concerning Elizabeth Simpson, upon the drawing of our attention from the auditors, we wrote to her for her to confirm that what they are saying was true. Upon the feedback we received from her, it means that there has been some conflicting issues, because he is indicating that at the time he was going on retirement, he has already settled the amount in question. So upon the computation of the provident and other benefits, she showed up. It was true that such provisions wasn't made when they were doing the payment. So we are still going through records to find out that whether it's a system error, she paid and it wasn't deducted, or whether what she is saying is true. So we are on it.
This dates back 2021. This is a 2023 auditor's report. We are in 2025. So how much longer do you guys need to bring closure to this?
Mr. Chair, I can assure the committee that before the before the end of the year, we will be able to conclude on this.
Honorable Chair,
with regards to the fraud and then the falsification of signatures, those involved will be made to know that their issue is pending before court. And here the auditors are saying the monies involved should be recouped. So in case they comply and then pay the monies, what will happen to the issues that are before court?
Now the case is between the state and the individuals. So it is the state that will determine whatever the case will end.
Okay, Minister. Now, finally, you are discharged. And the fund is also discharged. Thank you very much for appearing before us.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We thank you.
Honorable Minister, on behalf of the committee and its members and the Secretariat, we are very, very grateful to you for attending upon us. I mean, it's been a long journey with us today, but thank you for sitting through to the end. And we hope that all the commitments that the various public boards and institutions made here will be carried through to the end, so that at least we can get value for money and also the efficient utilization of our public finances. So thank you very much, Minister. Members, tomorrow we have Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. Under that, you have GIADEC and the Office of the Administrator of Two Lands and Forestry Commission, Lands Commission, and Minerals Commission. We also have Ministry of Food and Agric. Under Ministry of Food and Agric, we have Ghana Cocoa Board, Grains and Legumes Development Board, the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority. We have Ministry of Finance. Under that, it's SIGA, Minerals Income Investment Fund, NDPC, National Insurance Commission, Venture Capital, National Lottery Authority, GIF, Internal Audit Agency, FIC, and FIC, yes. And we also have Ministry of Roads and Highways, Ministry of Transport, which is the Volta Lake Transport Company, and Ghana Railway Development Authority. So on this note, we'd like to bring our meeting to an end, and thank you so much, the auditors, the Secretariat, and members of the Public Accounts Committee. Thank you. Obviously, the media, without you, people can't see and appreciate what we do. So thank you so much. We are in this with you.